Meeting of Parliament, Wednesday the 18th of May, 2022. We continue with oral answers to questions. Question number 101 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Hon. E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, before I ask that question, with your leave, I think we left it at the Honourable Minister having handed a schedule to my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Health.
That is correct, and he wanted to ask a number of supplementaries relating to the handouts. Yes, that can proceed.
So, if I may, can I just ask the Minister on question 100, which was about the backlog of surgical and non-surgical interventions? He handed us a schedule. Can I just ask him a couple of questions there? First of all, I'm not really sure what max fax is. Perhaps he can tell us what that is. It's on the schedule on both the surgical and non-surgical. I couldn't understand it. The others are a bit more obvious. That may be a department or maybe a specific thing, but I can't tell from the abbreviation. Perhaps he can tell us. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, from my calculation, roughly, although I haven't done the scientific calculation, but it seems to me that there are over 900 patients awaiting non-surgical interventions and over 1,000 people awaiting surgical interventions. Can the Minister comment on whether what that translates into? Is that normal for the state of the health service at this time? Has it been impacted by other factors? Perhaps you can give us an idea of that. It seems like a very large number of people awaiting both things. It may be that there might be some cross-fertilization, so there might be people awaiting surgical interventions and non-surgical interventions. That might be the same people. But does he have a visibility as to why that is and whether that is normal for the GHA at the moment?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I can't be of much help or assistance to him in what max fax is, but I will certainly get that answer to him during the course of today's proceedings. What I can tell him, and I'm sure he can guess, as to the reasoning for the extraordinarily long list of pending interventions is obviously COVID. The hospital's been in effect shut for a very long period of time, and I'm told that the numbers of people on the waiting list equates to, I'm not going to say that word, maxillofacial. I will send the honourable member the information. It's 3 times as long as you would normally expect it to be. And that is because the hospital was obviously basically shut for a 2-year period. If I can give the honourable member some colour to that, the United Kingdom, a report in the Sunday Times, mentioned the waiting lists in the UK are at over 6 million. 1 in 9 people in the UK are waiting some form of intervention with the United Kingdom NHS. And I think that puts in perspective where we are. Way too long, needs to be tackled, and very much work in progress to tackle it, because we accept that it's very much longer than it normally is, should be, but based on the circumstances that we've come through over the last 2 years, understandable. I hope that helps.
Mr. Speaker, yes, and it is understandable. I think we all accept that the COVID has impacted on the provision of essential services in many different ways, and the hospital is one of them. But as we emerge, and indeed, I think great strides have been taken to emerge from COVID. I think it's more under control, not least because of the vaccination program and so on. Can the Minister tell us how they envisage they will take steps towards cutting that backlog, and how long he thinks in his discussions with management it would take for there to be a manageable waiting list for these important areas?
Mr. Speaker, I can't give him that sort of detail. What I can tell him is there are two things currently happening, is that the management is working with clinicians to expedite the reduction of the waiting times. And separate to that, there is another piece of work, which is the GHA strategy, which has been worked on, which will be ready in a number of months, which will have a far more permanent approach to how we deal with interventions and waiting times. So at this moment in time, I'm afraid I can't give him the kind of detail that he's looking for, but I'm sure I will be in a position to do that in future meetings.
Next question.
Question number 101 of 2022. The Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Hon. E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state its position in relation to GHA medical practitioners pursuing parallel businesses in provision of private healthcare services?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 144.
Question 144 of 2022. The Honourable Miss M.D. Hassan Maun.
What is the policy on GHA orthopedic surgeons in connection to their private practice work?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, if a doctor wishes to commence private practice, it is a GHA requirement to submit a formal application to the Office of the Director General via the Office of the Medical Director for their consideration. This is valid for a period of 1 year, 12 months, and needs to be renewed on an annual basis. This is currently under review.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister have a statistic on how many practitioners at different levels of speciality have submitted such a form asking for consent from the GHA so that they can undertake parallel private medical care?
Mr. Speaker, no, I don't, but I will have shortly, as I was at a meeting this morning where we've going through this specific question and specific information, and so I would hope to have that available, not just in terms of clinicians, but in other areas where this happens. For example, physiotherapists who could be working in particular clinics around Gibraltar. There are other disciplines, not just clinicians, to whom this applies, but I will be able to answer that question more fully when I have that information at future sessions of this House.
And Mr. Speaker, am I right in understanding that this is a procedure that has been set up so that the GHA has a supervisory role in how clinicians need to seek consent, as I understood the process that the Honourable Member was talking about, but that those services, am I right in thinking that those services themselves are not provided from GHA premises? Or is it that GHA seeks consent and then allows the services to be provided from the GHA? Mr.
Speaker, the Honourable Member is right. There is no service that can be provided from GHA premises. They have to be off-site. The process is to enable the GHA to ensure that none of those services being provided in the private capacity conflict with their obligations to the GHA under their contracts of employment, and therefore the details required by the Director General are quite specific as to when, what and how, but none on GHA premises.
My final supplementary, if I may. Does the GHA, in terms of the process and in terms of reviewing how this operates, either now or in the future, does it take into consideration whether this method of regulation of private services in some way affects patient decisions in deciding whether to go public or private? So, for example, is it that you're in the public track as a patient, seeing a particular doctor who you know will be running a private clinic from X clinic on Monday afternoons? You're faced with a long list of non-surgical or surgical interventions, for example, because of the reason that the honourable member gave just a minute ago in relation to question 100, because of the backlog of COVID on the GHA, and the patient then, who is seeing that doctor under the guise of the St. Bernard's Hospital, decides, I'll go private because that doctor has a private clinic, and does that in some way operate a pressure, if you like, on the patient? Does the GHA have an interest in that, and will it consider those issues?
Mr. Speaker, the GHA, of course, has an issue with that, and that is why I said that the process and the practice is under review as to how we should move forward, because as far as the GHA is concerned, if that sequence of events happens, in our view, that would be an abuse and a breach of their contractual provisions and is totally unacceptable to government and the GHA. And so when I say the process is under review, that is one of the areas that we specifically seek to tackle to ensure it does not happen. We will not have patients or other clinicians abusing the waiting lists for their personal benefit. Absolutely not.
The Honourable Marlene Hassan on.
Mr. Speaker, similarly, but just a little further than the Leader of the Opposition's supplementaries, is that my understanding is that the doctors have their off days and private work is being done in those off days, which are supposed to be part of the rota, while some constituents are having appointments cancelled during these working hours. So shouldn't we use these off days, which are meant to be part of the rota, to shorten waiting lists in-house? Because hip replacements, for example, have waiting lists of 2 years. And if the minister is undergoing a review, can we know when we will have an outcome of this review, and when we can understand if there is indeed such abuse, and if doctors are going to be told that they have to practice in a different manner?
Mr. Speaker, I will report on the review when the review is complete. I can't put a timeline on that because it's been conducted by the Director General and his team. In respect of the use of rooms, I think that is specifically not allowed under the terms of the contracts that each of the members of the GHA have. And in respect of what each clinician, doctor, surgeon does during the day, that is all the subject of a job plan, again, which are being reviewed by the Director General's team to ensure we have a far more efficient and far more effectively policed system of operation. So if there is abuse, and the Honourable Lady appears to have referred to some, I'd be grateful to have that information.
Next question.
Question number 102 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Hon. E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether it intends to ensure that provision of all forms of aesthetic medicine in the private sector is regulated in Gibraltar?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Gibraltar Medical Registration Board regulates the following professional groups: doctors, dentists, pharmacists and allied health professionals. Outside of the scope and the remit is the regulation of services. The board works closely with the responsible officers of all doctors practicing medicine in Gibraltar to ensure that the doctors are registered, licensed if required, and operating within their scope of practice.
Mr. Speaker, can I perhaps extrapolate from the answer that the Honourable Member has given, see if he agrees with me, that from the answer he's given, I take it, therefore, that the government takes the view that aesthetic medicine is therefore regulated, because the persons who are delivering that must be regulated under the GMRB.
Mr. Speaker, there is an overlap, if I can call it that. As you know, the OFT regulates any business, any service, which is not regulated. As I mentioned in my answer, services themselves are not regulated. And so a business that seeks to offer that service will require to be licensed by the OFT. And as part of that licensing process, the GMRB is involved in whether that permission should be granted or not. In respect of the individuals, those who require within the groups that I've mentioned do require to be licensed and registered with the GMRB as individuals.
Next question.
Question number 103 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Hon. E. J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the number of reported cases of hepatitis in children in Gibraltar over the last 2 years?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, there has been one case of hepatitis in a child over the last 2 years.
Question number 104 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E. J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, from GHA data, can the government confirm how many children or young adults from 2 to 18 are suffering from and are being treated in relation to allergies?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, according to data held on GHA systems, there are currently 884 patients between the ages of 2 to 18 receiving treatment in relation to allergies. This data has been compiled from clinical primary care records and reflects the number of people receiving at least 3 prescriptions for antihistamines over the last 24 months.
Mr. Speaker, and in terms of the, does the Minister have information about the breadth of the type of allergies? Is there, or he doesn't?
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't. I'm assuming it's quite wide. But again, if you'd write to me, I'd be happy to provide him with that information.
And perhaps when he does that, and can he consider with his officials whether that would be normal, and what, in comparison with, I guess, the geographical, because some of it must be environmental factors, whether that would be normal for the area, for the zone, for the Mediterranean, or whether the specialist advice can be sought in terms of the numbers.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't know, but I'm very happy to see if we have that information available to us and share it with the Honourable Member.
Question number 105 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E. J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the number of patients being treated for any form of a respiratory disease in the last 24 months?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the question is too broad to answer. There is a very wide range of respiratory conditions, some of which are long-term diseases and some of which are transient and acute in nature. In order to answer this question, we would need to understand what the Honourable Gentleman is trying to establish. If he can provide that clarification, we can look into this matter further.
Mr. Speaker, as this Honourable Gentleman did not put the question, I'm unable to provide the clarification, but I am sure my honourable colleague will be happy to explain or write to the Minister, and then perhaps we can get to grips with the issues.
Question 106 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E. J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether it will continue to offer, can the government confirm how many children and young adults from age 2 to 18 are asthmatics?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, according to GHA records, approximately 790 children are asthmatic.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure if the honourable member will have this, but does he have an idea whether that would be normal for a population of this size? Is it normal for a population of in this area? Given the environmental factors that would affect people who have asthma and breathing issues, are those issues under consideration? If not, does he agree with me that it would be important for GHA to do a bit more sort of work in that area to understand whether the prevalence of asthma can be in some way assisted by any local action that may help?
Mr. Speaker, obviously if the number is extraordinarily high, or higher than it should be, then I would certainly have expected the GHA to carry out the exercise that the honourable member is referring to. I don't have that information available to me, but again, I'm happy to make inquiries from the operational management team and come back to the honourable member with that answer.
Question number 107 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether it will continue to offer the COVID vaccine beyond June 2022?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, government will continue to offer COVID-19 vaccines beyond June 2022, providing we continue to have supplies that are within expiry date. The UK Joint Committee for Vaccinations and Immunisations are currently reviewing the data and evidence regarding the benefits for future boosters in the autumn. Our Director of Public Health will review this and develop recommendations for our programme to offer further boosters in the autumn if required.
Do I take it from the honourable member's answer that the jury is out on whether there will be further boosters in the future, firstly? And secondly, to the extent that, for example, I think the public information has been that the current batch expires at the end of June. To the extent that there may be returning students who want to have the COVID vaccine, is the government, at least in the short term, arranging a small supply for anyone who might have been away from Gibraltar when the booster, the second booster was offered to people and had been unable to take it up?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the UK Joint Committee of Vaccinations is currently reviewing the position in respect of what the recommendations are going to be. That's in respect of the future and the use of boosters. In respect of the current vaccines that we have, I mentioned that we will continue beyond June 2022. Why? Because the expiry dates in the UK have been extended. So the vaccines that we currently hold are now valid for longer than they were originally told they were, as a result of the UK reviewing the data in the first phase of work they've done. So it is not June 22, it's actually September. So that will cover the period that the honourable member is asking about in respect to students. And by that time, obviously, the UK will have reached a conclusion in terms of its thinking as to what it's going to recommend for future boosters and future vaccinations.
Question number 108 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether it will continue... Sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Can the government confirm what support is being offered to those sufferers of long COVID and what future provision is being made beyond July 2022?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, patients referred with long COVID symptoms are currently being seen in a general medical clinic run by one of our consultant physicians. The additional clinical services provided by the GHA during the COVID-19 pandemic, including the long COVID clinic, are being regularly reviewed and scaled back as necessary and in line with HMGOG's exit strategy. All long COVID patients will continue to receive the necessary clinical support and care.
Mr. Speaker, does the Honourable Member have an idea of how many patients would classify as long COVID in Gibraltar, at least under GHA records? And I understand that the reason for the motivation for the question put by my honourable colleague was also because he's had discussions with some patients who feel that their needs are not properly understood. And I can understand that if someone, just anecdotally, reading the cases of long COVID that have been reported, someone who suddenly was fit, healthy, who is afflicted by this, may not feel necessarily understood and will feel particularly frustrated. So does the Honourable Minister, in the consideration, when he says that they are being scaled down in the context of the strategy, will he consider that there will be a group of patients here that will feel particularly frustrated, and indeed that it's important to ensure that their long-term needs are cared for?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, all long COVID patients will continue to receive the necessary clinical support and care. There is no time limit. The exit strategy will not conflict with the care that we provide long COVID sufferers. So that care is available and will continue to be available for as long as it's needed. I don't have the number, which honourable member asked me if I was aware of how many, but again, I'm happy to have my office dig that out and provide it to the Honourable Ms. Phillips and yourself. But there can be no question. I think one of the issues along COVID is, of course, that data is constantly under review. It's a new problem which we've all had to live with since COVID came across, and therefore the data, the information, the research is ongoing. And I know that the GHA are keeping a very close eye with what is coming out of the United Kingdom Health Service in order to ensure that we are at the forefront of delivering that service to our patients in Gibraltar that suffer from long COVID.
Question number 109 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government confirm that it will publish the GHA's strategic objectives?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 110.
Question 110 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether it will publish its reset, restart and recover strategy?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, this matter falls under the remit of the newly established GHA board as well as the Director General. It is something that I have discussed myself with the Director General separately in our regular meetings, and as published in the press release 892 of 2021, the strategic objectives are something that are being considered holistically to improve the GHA. Once the exercise is complete and I'm advised accordingly, the strategic objectives will be published. The reset, restart and recovery strategy will be an integral part of the overall GHA strategy and will also be published in due course.
Mr. Speaker, sorry? Mr. Speaker, does the Minister have an idea of the kind of timescale for the publication of these documents? I mean, clearly, when the GHA sets strategic objectives for the improvement of the health service, which affects us all, there will be a big public interest in that program, and indeed to see how the GHA sees the roadmap for the future. So I'm sure that there will be interest out there on this issue. So will the Minister perhaps give us an idea of when precisely that will happen?
Mr. Speaker, as your member has suggested, it's an incredibly important piece of work. And the last thing I would like to ask the Director General to do is to rush it. I am told that the review will be available for government's consideration and review within a period of 4-5 months. So I expect it fairly shortly, and I would expect to be able to ensure that it's published very shortly thereafter. It is a comprehensive work that is ongoing. I know the Director General is putting a lot of effort and time into the entire strategic review as to where we see the GHA going in future years. It will be an important document. It will, without question, raise a lot of interest within our community, and right that it should. And I expect a period for there to be feedback too before the strategy is actually implemented. I would hope that it can be done before then, and I have some confidence that it will, but I don't want the Honourable Member asking me every month how it's coming along. So if I put a bit of a longer date, then I hope I can bring it to this Parliament before.
Question number 111 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm that all calls to the GHA telephone line remain free of charge?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to confirm that calls to the GHA appointment line 200 52441 remain free of charge.
Question number 112 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the GHA's appointment telephone service, can the government state over the last 12 months, 1, how long callers are being made to wait until their call is substantively dealt with, 2, how many calls are terminated or cut off and for what reasons, and 3, of those calls terminated, the percentage which are attributable to patients given excessive waiting times?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, we discussed this same question yesterday, and I think we agreed that the current system falls short of everyone's expectations and is actively being worked on. But in answer to the specific questions raised by the Honourable Member, on average, the time taken for calls that are answered by a call handler in hours or the auto attendant out of hours is 7 minutes. Post-pandemic, at peak times, as the GHA have been catching up with backlog appointments, it can take a maximum of 53 minutes, but this is very rare. Changes are currently being implemented with the telephone system, call handling, and the option to book some types of appointments online to free up pressure on the system when there is a high volume of callers. The current telephone system does not allow the GHA to distinguish between terminated calls and out-of-hour callers, where the system terminates the call after a message has been provided. However, the authority is looking to upgrade the system in this coming year.
Mr. Speaker, yes, this is related to, of course, the question that was discussed yesterday. And I'm sure the Honourable Member has the same data and feedback from the public that we get, which is that it's a mixed bag. Sometimes you get through quickly, sometimes you're waiting and waiting and waiting on the line, and then it's very difficult for people. And it's a system, as the Honourable Member said quite candidly yesterday, it just does not work and perhaps not fit for purpose, I would add. Those were not his words, but I add my words that the system is in need of overhaul, which I know he accepts. Can he give us a bit more about when the GHA intend to roll out the new system, at least on a pilot basis, on a trial basis? He should have information on that.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is not the telephone system. I agree that the system that we have is not acceptable to the GHA and the delivery of service we want to have to its users. But the problem is not by itself the telephone system or any system. You can have the best system in the world. if what is supplying it is not ready for what's coming. In other words, the queue of appointments ready to be, then no matter how good the system is, it ain't going to work. And so what we're doing is spending some time in looking at how we can gradually introduce a new and improved system, which will be partly online, partly with the telephone system, ultimately moving to a fully online service, with the telephone system being reserved for our senior citizens, which will be able to deal with the number of calls that we get. At the same time as we're doing that, we're also looking at how else we can service people without having to make appointments to go to the primary care centre. And that is done by reaching out to the community, providing services around the community, which we're currently not doing today. So this is not as simple as a system. What we are looking at doing and delivering is a new way of dealing with appointments that people need to have, which they do and they continue to do, but also what else we can do to get out to people instead of asking people to come in. So it's a combination of a number of factors. I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to begin that process very shortly, and by that I mean weeks, not months. And I hope that when we do begin to do that, it will meet with your satisfaction and approval.
My final supplementary, if I may. I understand what the honourable member is doing, and I think I agree with him part of the way. Part of the way in this sense, because I understand I think I understand that what he's trying to say is that it's about trying to shift some of the volume of the calls onto the online booking system so that there's less pressure on the telephone service, as I understood it. If I'm wrong, perhaps he'll clarify. Where I don't think I share his view is that in some way public awareness might lessen the number of patient attendances or desire for appointments. Statistically, I imagine the patient attendances at the primary care centre must hover around 100,000 a year. And those are numbers that have been fairly level for many, many years. So it's about finding a system that works. And if shifting the volume onto an online booking system might do part of the job, but whatever the GHA put in place of this, does he agree, has to be a system that is capable of dealing with customary volume that has been there for many years.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is not just the system. What I'm trying to explain is that whatever system you put in place, if you've got all of the appointment seekers for a whole range of very different services coming through one funnel, through one telephone system, you're going to have a problem. So what I'm suggesting is that if we look at it slightly differently, begin to offer a series of different services which people require and use very frequently, and we take them off the booking system, the telephone booking system, then that will alleviate the telephone system to be able to deal with the volume of calls and appointments that are required for more specific issues. So I think as we begin to unroll and publish where we're going, I think the Honourable Member will have a much clearer idea of what the issues we have today, because to switch a telephone system or to put an online booking system we can do tomorrow, but it'll have the same problem that we have today. And that's not dealing with the problem that we have. And so what we're seeking to do is how can we reduce the number of people engaging through the funnel, provide them the service in different ways, and then leave those for those that absolutely have to use it. And I hope that's what we're going to get to within a relatively short period of time. And I know that if we don't, he'll be reminding me.
Question number 113 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the number of complaints the GHA has received in the last 12 months?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the GHA has received 40 complaints in the last 12 months.
Mr. Speaker, can I just ask, I guess that spans a wide range of issues, because presumably it's all dependent on the unique circumstances of the patient, but is there any discernible pattern? For example, are patients generally complaining about a particular aspect of the service, or is it a mixed bag which covers all sorts of issues?
Mr. Speaker, on the one occasion that I have the information of statistical numbers for previous years, he doesn't ask me. In respect of the information that he's seeking, I'm afraid I don't have that information. I have the numbers in respect of what similar years complaints have been for 2018, 2019, 2020 and 2021, which I'm happy to share with the Honourable Member if he wishes. I don't have a breakdown of what the nature of the complaints relate to, I'm afraid.
Mr. Speaker, so that officials who are listening don't feel that their work is wasted, can the Minister give us an idea of how it compares with previous years?
Mr. Speaker, officials who are listening will ensure that I have the information that the Honourable Member is seeking available to me next time, as I wish I had this time. Mr. Speaker, in respect to 2018, the number is 81, 2019, 94, 2020, 95, and 2021, 59. So up to date 40.
Question number 114 of 2022, the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state how many complaints it has received about the conduct of private care providers and the nature of those complaints?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with questions 115 and 116.
Question 115 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state what standards private care providers in Gibraltar are bound by?
Question number 116 of 2022. The Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state how it regulates or monitors private carer provisions in Gibraltar?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of question 114, the Gibraltar Medical Registration Board regulates professionals and not service providers. Since the current Director of Public Health commenced as Chair of the GMRB in September of 2021, 2 complaints have been received regarding private doctors working within a private sector provider. One related to issuing of exemption letters and one related to prescribing practice. No further action was required following engagement with respective responsible officers. In respect of question 115, the professional groups that work within the private sector are bound and regulated by the GMRB. These providers need to meet the requirements as set by legislation and policies developed by the board. In respect of question 116, as this question relates to regulation, the Ministry responsible for the OFT has advised that providers of private care services are required to obtain a business license from the OFT. As part of the application process, the OFT will carry out enhanced vetting of the applicants or its directors in line with the OFT's vetting policy. The OFT will also require applicants to produce a copy of their safeguarding policy. All licenses granted have the following standard conditions. 1. An adequate vetting policy must be adopted and applied to all employees and all workers associated with the business. 2. An adequate safeguarding policy must be in place to protect the business service users. And 3. All nurses working for the business are required to be registered with the Gibraltar Nurses Registration Board.
Mr. Speaker, does the Honourable Member agree that in the same way as people can make complaints about service received in the GHA, generally, I mean, they don't make complaints necessarily of a regulatory nature. Regulatory issues are dealt with by the MRB, but they can make a complaint about a particular aspect of the service in terms of their quality. Does he agree that that should also be the case in terms of private health services in Gibraltar? And if so, how does the government think that will be achieved?
Mr. Speaker, if any patient of any private clinic or private medical service is dissatisfied, they can always make a complaint to the regulatory authorities, the appropriate regulatory authority, like they would in other instances. There is no ombudsman equivalent, if I can call it that, in terms of medical services. I know from financial services that, and in the gambling regulator, that users make complaints to the regulators in respect of services they're not happy with or where they feel they haven't been treated appropriately. I would see this as no different. Complaint in respect of the individual as opposed to the clinic.
And so that's what I'm asking. Should there not be, does he agree with me? Maybe he doesn't. But should there not be a wider ability of persons who are engaging with private healthcare providers or carers in the private sector of being able to report a lack of quality to a particular independent body? That's really what I'm asking, which is not necessarily dealing solely with the registration of clinicians.
Mr. Speaker, the clinicians have to comply with the conditions of their registration. And if there is a particular practitioner that is constantly having complaints through a lack of care or lack of service, I would have thought it was highly relevant to the regulatory authority and the registration board that is responsible for it. And I would believe that would be the most appropriate place for such a complaint to vest. I don't see any gain or benefit in having a separate body that would receive these complaints. I believe that the appropriate place would be the regulatory authority in respect of service that is falling below the standard. It's a very good red flag to any regulator to know of repeated infractions of service levels or the quality of service being provided by any particular licensed individual or firm.
Final supplementary. But of course, Mr. Speaker, if I may, if he permits me, the Honourable Minister, that's not what the GHA does. I mean, if I want to complain about something in the GHA, I can go and see the complaints officer in the GHA. I may not necessarily be complaining about a specific doctor. Maybe I'm complaining about the communication with the department. It's the quality of the service, but I can go. The GHA itself has set up an independent office, or an office within it, not independent of the GHA, but still a people that you can complain to. And what I'm saying is, in terms of the private healthcare service, which is growing and it's getting larger, and there's quite a lot of interface, not just in terms of primary care, but also now secondary care services, and indeed carers that are being provided to supplement what the state does in Gibraltar. Should there not be a body to whom you can complain, not specifically about regulatory matters, but about the quality of the service?
Mr. Speaker, no, I don't. I think it's absolutely right that the GHA should have its own complaints policy and complaints procedure in respect of the service that it provides, because it has over 1,000 people working for it. And therefore, I think it's absolutely right and appropriate that GHA should have their own system to deal with complaints. And in the same way that I said before that I believe it's important for a regulator to know about individuals or firms that are not meeting the standards on a constant basis, it would be very interesting for the GHA to know of its own employees who may repeatedly be failing. So for that purpose, I believe that we are doing it in the right way. It's not dissimilar to how we deal in other areas outside the health service with regulated and government. Government has its own complaints process, quite rightly, through the Ombudsman and other departments too. So I think I don't believe it's necessary or would benefit us to have a separate complaints process just for people working in the private sector.
Question number 117 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state how many legal claims have been issued against the GHA in the last 3 years?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with questions 118 to 121.
Question number 118 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state of the number and value of legal claims issued over the last 3 years, how many relate to clinical negligence and or misdiagnosis?
Question number 119 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government state how many complaints as opposed to legal claims have been received in relation to misdiagnosis?
Question number 120 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government state how many GHA legal claims have been settled by payment of a sum to claimants in the last 3 years?
Question number 121 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the total value of legal fees paid out to law firms on the GHA panel for legal services broken down into law firms?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of questions 117 and 118, there have been 22 claims issued against the GHA in the field of clinical negligence in the last 3 years. 8 of these claims relate to misdiagnosis. The total value of monies paid by the GHA in the last 3 years in relation to the 22 claims that have been issued against the GHA are approximately £764,143.50. The total value of monies paid by the GHA in the last 3 years in relation to 8 of the claims that have been issued against the GHA that pertain to misdiagnosis are approximately £337,965.50. In respect of question 119, since January 2021, we have received a total of 3 complaints relating to misdiagnosis. In respect of question 120, in the last 3 years, 15 cases have been settled by payments of a sum to claimants. In respect of question 121, the GHA panel that specifically deals with medical negligence claims consists of the following firms: 1. Hassan's, 2. Atias and Navi, 3. Triais Sanyatonish. The total paid out is financial year 21-22, total paid 606,827.69. Financial year 22 to 23 to date, total paid 132,153.00.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member was going a bit fast, so I'm going to ask him. I mean, he may have given the answer, but I just want to make sure that there's no overlap, as it were, and there's no gaps to the information that we're seeking. So he gave a couple of big sums, the 764,000 and about 337,000. That I understood to be an answer to question 118. I think that's right. Perhaps he can confirm. In terms of the question 120, when he said there's been 15 legal claims settled by a sum to claimants, is that the same figures that he's given us, or is that a separate figure? Is that, in other words, is the total of 764 and 337 the same total that would be the settlement figure for 120?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this question is not the honourable member's, and he's asking it on behalf of another honourable member, but I think it would be perhaps appropriate for him to register an interest before I carry on, in terms of one of the three firms for the record?
I'm happy to do so in terms of question 121, and I wasn't intending to ask any supplementaries on it as a result of that. So I'm asking in terms of the settlement sums that have been paid to claimants.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. The first sum I mentioned was in respect of answer 118, which was the 764,143.5, which is the total value of monies paid by the GHA in the last 3 years in relation to the 22 claims that have been issued against the GHA. The total value of monies paid by the GHA in the last 3 years in relation to 8 of the claims in respect of misdiagnosis is 337,965. Those are the two numbers in respect of 117 and 118. In respect of, I can't recall the second question that he asked.
So the second question that I asked is the sum total of those 764 plus 337, is that the sum that has been paid under question 120, or is it as a different sum? Are we talking about something else? If I explain, yes, 118 asks about the value of legal claims and in the last 3 years, and he's given a couple of figures in relation to clinical negligence and misdiagnosis. I'm asking really, have other claims, not clinical negligence and misdiagnosis, I can't think of what they would fall under, but is there a different figure in 120, or is it the same figure, really?
My apologies. The total value of monies paid by the GA over the last 3 years for the whole of the claims relating to the 5 matters of misdiagnosis that have been settled amounts to approximately 245,546, which is another different number.
Next question.
Question number 122 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the plans for the procurement and provision of a local MRI scanner?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Director General is considering options in relation to the provision of a local MRI scanner. Once these options are explored further, the honourable members will be updated accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, is the government, the information reaching us is that perhaps a charity may have made an offer to try to contribute to an MRI scanner. Is that the situation? Is that being considered by the government?
Not as far as I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, but it may well have been, but I'm not aware of that. Okay. My honourable learned friend, the Chief Minister, confirming that such an offer has been made, but hasn't yet been finalised. Hence, I'm not aware of it yet.
Is that being considered as part of the mix, as it were?
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the GHA is able to consider that at this stage because the offer that has been made to my office, and I'm be meeting with the group that is formulating the offer in order to enable them to put an offer to the GHA for consideration. They require certain assistance from my office, which we will be providing them in formulating the offer, and then they can go make that offer to the GHA, and the GHA can consider it from their point of view. They've done considerable amount of work outside of Gibraltar in respect of how they will propose to deal with the issues that arise, but they need some input from my office before they're able to actually formulate the thing called an offer to put to the GHA.
Next question.
Question number 123 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state its relationship with AC Limited, a company incorporated in Belize, which has applied for consent to provide MRI services from premises within the Atlantic Suites complex?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with question 124.
Question number 124 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether any government minister has any connection whatsoever with the Belize company AC Limited?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, as per the answer given to question 43 on the 19th of May 2021 by my predecessor, the answer remains the same. We discussed this yesterday. The GHA can therefore confirm that they have not entered into any contractual arrangements with any company for the local provision of MRI services. In respect to question 124, no, sir.
Question number 125 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state what relationship the GHA or the government have with Surgimed Healthcare Limited, a company incorporated under the laws of England?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the GHA holds no relationship with Surgimed Healthcare Limited.
Question number 126 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state how much the Director General of the GHA is remunerated?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, we'll answer this question together with questions 138 and 153.
Question number 138 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, is the appointment of the Director General of the GHA a permanent appointment or a contractual appointment? And if contractual, for how long?
Question number 153 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naum.
Can the Health Minister explain the reasons for the extended leave of the new Director General, given his short posting so far?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker. In respect of question 126, the Director General of the GHA is remunerated £195,000 per annum. In respect of question 138, his position is a contractual appointment. I cannot confirm the period because it's not here, but I know it's in the original press release that appointed him, so it's in the public domain, but I will confirm it to him later on today. And no extended leave has been granted.
The Honourable Malain Hassan on.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer. When I referred to extended leave, it seems that many constituents have tried to access the Director General and to meet with him, and he's been away quite often. Is this perhaps the best strategy to achieve the restart, reset, and recover program, or was it known that the Director General would be entertaining seminars in Harvard and other such entities which may have little to do with the GHA? And is this something that the staff are okay with, given their own restrictions with the COVID pandemic restrictions that have been put in place?
Mr. Speaker, the Director General is a great catch for the GHA and for Gibraltar. I am not aware of any instance where he has not been available. He's available 24/7 to me and to the GHA. I don't know what ventures the Honourable Lady is referring to, but from my experience in the last month since I've been here, and I've got a date of the dates he's been away, which is absolutely normal, and I have absolutely no issue with it at all. I think you will find when you allow him the time to deliver his vision for the GHA, which you will see in the strategy that he will prepare with us, you will be delighted with the work that he is doing. I very much hope the Honourable Lady would welcome the excellent work that he's doing and will be doing in the future, rather than seek to find the first possible opportunity to have a go at an individual that is devoting his entire capacity, energy and skill for the improvement of the GHA and the services we provide the people of Gibraltar.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Minister knows deep down that nobody would want a Director General to fail, because if it fails, then strategies fail, and then all our health is at risk. But obviously, it is my duty to ask and hold the GHA, the Minister in this case, to account when multiple people and even members of staff are complaining that somebody under such a short posting is already not present at his office quite often. I'm glad that he seems available for the Minister, but there are many who who haven't had the same experience. I would ask the Minister to perhaps find out whether this gentleman has been away more than maybe he's even aware, given his only recent posting himself as Health Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the role of any CEO or Director General of the hospital, as the GHA is not there to meet with people as and when they wish to see him. His role is to devise, implement and execute a strategy that will improve and safeguard the important critical care that the GHA provides to our community. So I do not agree with the premise of the question in that he's got to be sat at his desk meeting people. I want him to be doing the very opposite. I want him to be understanding what it is and where it is that we're failing and how we can improve it to improve the quality of care, improve the service that he provides, reduce the waiting list. There are so many more things that he needs to be doing than meeting with people. So I don't accept the Minister's question, the Honourable Lady's question, and I believe that the Director General is doing and will be doing a very good job for us and for our community, and should be welcome.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just a short supplementary, if I may, on the original question about the remuneration, which is tied up with my contractual term issue. He gave a figure of 195. Is that an all-in figure? Or is that just salary? Does it include benefits? So, for example, does the GHA pay rent? Is there a sort of rental arrangement? If so, if there are other benefits, what is the all-inclusive value of the package?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information available, but I will certainly get it to him. I'm not sure if there's rental support or any of that, but I will certainly get that information to the honourable member today.
Okay, so to be clear, it's the 195 is the salary. I see.
To be clear, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if there's anything else, but if there is, I will tell him.
Question number 127 of 2022. The Honourable R.M. Clinton.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide a schedule of LNG purchases in the period from 1st of January 2020 to the 31st of March 2022, including volume and price?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I now hand over a schedule detailing LNG purchases, including volume and price, broken down by gas contract years, i.e. October to September, from October 2019 to date.
Mr. Speaker, while I wait for the schedules to have a glance through it, if I may ask the Minister, given the obvious pressures on international prices for energy, what, if any, measures has his his ministry been able to take to mitigate any price effects due to the events, obviously, in Russia and Ukraine affecting gas supplies?
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, the price of LNG gas has increased significantly as a result of the Ukraine crisis. And I'm pleased to say and report to this House that we have not been impacted by that increase, because when the Financial Secretary negotiated the contract originally, the price was in a complicated way linked to the cost of diesel as opposed to LNG gas. And consequently, in the year 2021-2022, if you were to look at the actual price and what we've paid, the government has enjoyed the benefit of a saving of over £8 million.
Question number 128 of 2022, the Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, how many patients in Gibraltar are currently subject to hospital orders providing particulars of when they were admitted and the length of time they have been detained?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, we have 3 patients subject to hospital orders, one for 5 years and 5 months, one for 2 years and 10 months, and one for 5 years and 6 months.
Next question.
Question number 129 of 2022, the Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing in order to ensure that the Lasting Powers of Attorney Act, or Lasting Powers of Attorney and Capacity Act, is not used to circumvent the safeguards contained in the Mental Health Act in relation to oversight by the Mental Health Tribunal and the provision of second opinions?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Lasting Powers of Attorney and Mental Capacity Act, the MCA, exist to provide care for patients who, because of their cognitive impairment, usually due to dementia or intellectual disability, do not have capacity to consent to their treatment. For this group of patients, we do not enforce treatment, we provide care. The Mental Health Act provides for the compulsory detention and treatment of individuals with a serious mental illness. As these individuals receive compulsory treatment, there are additional safeguards, a tribunal system, and a second opinion for treatment. The MCA includes safeguards to ensure that the care delivered to patients is in their best interests through a system of independent capacity assessments carried out by independent mental capacity advocates, IMCAs.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister, with respect, has given me an explanation, which I knew, of the differences between the Lasting Powers of Attorney and Capacity Act, that regime, and the Mental Health Act. The question that I asked was, what is the government doing in order to ensure that the former is not used to circumvent the latter? Now, the Honourable Minister will appreciate that this is not a question that I've just plucked out of the air. It's just far too technical for that to be so. It's just not the type of political question even the type of political question that I would ask. This is based on information that I have received, that this is actually happening. And therefore, can I ask the Minister whether at least he has made inquiries when he read this question to ascertain whether in fact the sting of the underlying this question is true or not, that the former is being used to circumvent the safeguards in the latter?
Mr. Speaker, the answer that I have provided is the safeguards that the law provides in both of these cases. The Honourable Member has information which suggests that something different to that is happening. I'd be very happy for him to share it with me on a confidential basis, and I will certainly look into it. I'm not aware of any information that suggests that we are not doing things in accordance with what both pieces of legislation require us to do. But if he shares it with me, of course I will look into it.
Mr. Speaker, of course I will, without divulging any sources. The point is that there are two separate regimes with their separate safeguards, but one is intended to deal with a particular set of individuals. The other one is intended to deal with people with mental illness, essentially, and that contains its own safeguards. The information that I have is that one is being used in order to circumvent the safeguards of the other, because it's easier under the former than in the latter. Now, I'll talk to the Minister behind the Speaker's chair, and I apologise, Mr. Speaker, that I have just given the Minister an explanation rather than ask a question, but it is an important issue, and I'll take the Minister up.
I'd be grateful. Mr. Speaker, I think that it's not possible for me, however hard I try, to read the Honourable Member's mind or to try and ascertain the information that he has or guess at what that information is. As he's kindly offered, I'd be very happy to receive the specifics of the case. As he rightly says, they're very different acts designed to deal with very different cases. And if these are being met in any way, I'd be very happy to look into them for him.
Question number 130 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, of the 38,037 COVID boosters administered to the 5th of May 2022, how many of those were first COVID boosters, i.e. a third dose of the COVID vaccine, broken down by residents and non-residents?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 131 of 2022.
Question number 131 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, of the 38,037 COVID boosters administered to the 5th of May 2022, how many of those were second COVID boosters, i.e. a fourth dose of the COVID vaccine, broken down by residents and non-residents?
Answer. The Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, out of 38,037 COVID boosters, it's 38037, 30,352 doses were third doses administered to 23,127 residents and 7,225 non-residents. The remaining 7,685 COVID boosters were fourth doses administered to 7,244 residents and 441 non-residents.
Mr. Speaker, I think he gave the total would be under 8,000 for the fourth boosters, for the second booster. Is that right? Yeah? Does the Minister have a view in discussion with the GHA and so on? I mean, there is quite a remarkable difference between the 30,000 people who took up the COVID booster the first time round and only 8,000, I say only 8,000 people have chosen to take up the booster the second time round. Does he have a view on that? Does the GHA have a view? Does the GHA have a recommendation for people, given the disparity in numbers?
Mr. Speaker, yes, the GHA most certainly would like people to get their fourth boosters and have said so publicly, repeatedly, and in many of their communications. I believe that there is a relaxation in people's minds as to COVID and its possible effects and impact. People are much more relaxed about it, being able to travel more freely without wearing masks. There is a far lower degree of alertness, and that obviously is a risk. I think also an interesting contributing factor is when people had their third boosters. Those that had third boosters late, people normally like to wait 6-7 months from their third to have their fourth, and so there's an element of that as well. So we will continue to recommend to people that they should have their fourth boosters. We will continue to provide the fourth boosters for as long as we have these available. And yes, it is absolutely the policy of the GHA that we encourage all Gibraltarians and others to get their fourth boosters.
Question number 132 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, of the 17,996 confirmed COVID cases detected in Gibraltar to the 5th of May 2022, how many people have contracted COVID once, and how many have contracted COVID more than once, repeat positives, with a breakdown of how many people have contracted it once, twice, 3 times or more times?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question to go to question 133 of 2022.
Question number 133 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, to the extent of the 17,996 confirmed COVID cases detected in Gibraltar to the 5th of May 2022, to the extent that there have been repeat positives, in other words, cases of people contracting COVID more than once, can the government provide a breakdown of these by vaccination status, namely how many of the repeat positives have been vaccinated or were unvaccinated against COVID at the time of contracting COVID for a second time?
Speaker, of the 17,996 confirmed cases, a total of 16,016 persons have contracted COVID once. A total of 987 persons have contracted COVID twice. And a total of 2 persons have contracted COVID 3 times. The above total 17,996 is confirmed by the Honourable Member. Out of 998 persons that were confirmed COVID-19 positive more than twice, 2 or 3 times, 728 were vaccinated and 261 were unvaccinated at the time of testing positive.
Question number 134 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, can government update the House in relation to the resolution of the issues concerning the non-recognition of the GHA COVID app?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the EU recently approved the commencement of technical works to enable our access to the EU COVID Passport Gateway, which will allow the recognition of our GHA COVID app QR codes. The EU are preparing the final decision, and we hope to see it adopted and operational shortly.
Mr. Speaker, that's welcome news for anyone who wants to travel on the basis of the COVID app until such time as it is no longer necessary to prove vaccination status, and who knows when that will be, depending. Different countries have different views of entry requirements right now. Can the government perhaps give us a better idea of, in terms of the welcome news that there was an approval? When did that happen? Secondly, in terms of the entry into the technical works, how long is it expected that the technical works will take for there to be an entry of a recognition of our COVID app around the EU?
Mr. Speaker, indeed it is welcome news. It's something we've been working on quite frustratingly for months. And the commencement of the technical works has now commenced. When I say shortly, I mean shortly, and I would expect that we will be able to make a positive statement before the next sitting of Parliament. So it is shortly. Next session of Parliament. My apologies.
Question number 135 of 2022, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how many operating department practitioners exist in the complement of the GHA, and are there any vacancies at the 9th of May 2022?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question together with question 136.
Question number 136 of 2022, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how many persons currently in the employment of the GHA at 9th of May 2022 are qualified operating department practitioners but work in other posts or capacities in the GHA?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of question 135, there are 10 operating department practitioners positions within the complement of the operating theatre department. Of these 10 ODPs, one position remains vacant. In respect of question 136, as qualified operating department practitioners working for the GHA are working within the operating theatres department in the capacity of ODPs. All qualified, I'm sorry. They're all qualified.
Sorry, did I understand he said that all persons who are qualified work in the surgical team as ODPs? Is that what he said?
I'll read that answer again, my apologies. All qualified operating department practitioners working for the GHA are working within the operating theatres department in the capacity of ODPs. So they're all qualified.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing. What I asked is, first of all, he's given me the answer to how many there are in the complement, and there's one vacancy, I understand that. But I also then ask, how many persons are there who are qualified ODPs but work in other posts? My information is that there are some people who are qualified ODPs, have been sent for training, and are qualified ODPs, but are not ODPs. In other words, have not filled a vacancy, because vacancies may not have arisen. So they are working in other capacities, but may be called upon to be ODPs from time to time. So could he perhaps check on that information?
Mr. Speaker, I think the answer to the question is that all of the ones working in the theatre department are qualified ODPs. 2 recently qualified ODPs are currently working within theatres, backfilling pending vacancies. I think that's the information that I was referring to.
Question number 137 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, how much money has the GHA spent on training in respect of operating department practitioners in the financial years 2019-20, 2020-21, and 2021-22, broken down by year?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the information request of the member is set out in the schedule that I now hand to him.
Mr. Speaker, obviously there would need to be a calculation, but this looks to me that a sum in excess of £250,000. Is that right, in total?
No, Mr. Speaker. The number for 2019 to 2021, which is 2 financial years rolled into one, is 234,000. The number in respect to 2018-19 is 70,000, and the number in the financial year 21-22 is 61,000. So it's 365,000 in total.
Mr. Speaker, and that is in relation to how many people how many people qualified as a result of this process?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that information in respect of each of the years 2018-19, 19-21 or 21-22. I would need to refer back to my office to get that information.
I mean, the Honourable Minister just gave us the figures in relation to the other question, that there are 10 posts, ODP posts. There's 1 vacancy. I thought you said there was 1 vacancy.
I said in respect of the previous question.
Yes, but unless I'm wrong, as part of the other question, you said that there was 1 vacancy, 1 current vacancy. I mean, the Honourable Member can check perhaps and see that we're not talking across purposes, but as I understood his answer, there are 10 people in the complement. There is currently 1 vacancy. There are also 2 people who are recently qualified, do not work as ODPs, and presumably qualified as a result of this program. Yes, correct. Now, I'm assuming also that not all of them have gone through this training program, but it just seems like a very high figure for training if in effect, as a result of that process, you've had 2 or 3 people qualify. So can the Minister check how many people qualified as a result of this investment in training? That's what I'm asking him to check.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's the information I'll provide to him when it's available to me.
Question number 139 of
Hold on a
2020.
second, hold on a second. The Honourable Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick glance at the table the Minister kindly provided us. With an interest in education, it struck my attention. In the 2018-19 financial year, it says bursary one student at £650 a month by 3 months. That should be £1,150, and we come up with a figure of £1,635.48. It doesn't tally. For 2019 to 2021, 650 times 24 months is correct, 15,600. But again, for the financial year 21-22, £650 for 12 months is 7,800. I don't quite understand how we arrive at £7,674 with 19 pence. I appreciate that the Minister can only provide us information that he's provided with, but if he's going to review some further information, perhaps he'd like to double check that. And it does seem very basic mathematics that you end up with pence on something that you never started with any pence, or all whole pound figures.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his keen eye. I hadn't noticed that, and I will certainly revert and make sure that is corrected. I'm grateful.
May I, just a final one, because staring at the schedule for the first time as I do, sitting here, I just wonder if perhaps part of the answer to what I was asking, which he's going to check, of course, because it may not be, we may not be making the right analysis, but I see from the breakdown by financial year that there is a payment of a professional association fee, registration fee, for students. So there are 2 student registration fees paid for 2018-19. There are 3 for 2019-21. I don't know how long this course is, so it's either 5 students or some of the students are registering in successive years because the course is longer than 1 or 2 years. But it seems, in any event, whether it's 2 or 5 students, it seems like a relatively small number of people for which there has been an outlay of training of 360,000. So perhaps the honourable member can check that and revert to us with precisely how many people qualified as a result of this investment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it's 2, 3 or 5, and I would not want to guess which one of those or other numbers it could be. It could also be that these training programs relate to continuing professional development for the existing members of staff. I don't know. So before I respond, I'd like to get the full information and not mislead the honourable member of the House.
Question number 139 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naum.
How many social workers are there currently working within the social services system, and how many in the last 3 years have left at the end of an 11-month contract? How many have resigned in the last 2 years?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, at present there are 26 social workers working within the social services system. 7 social workers have left within the last 3 years at the end of an 11-month contract, and in the last 2 years, 7 social workers have resigned.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that answer. My question is, given the number of social workers who have left, which represents a fair portion of the number of social workers that are employed, can the Minister enlighten us on whether the social service system itself is looking into itself in order to find out why it is that there's such a quick turnover, how that might affect the end user, children, the vulnerable, and whether this represents a lack of continuity that might result in overall dissatisfaction or poor standards.
I said that there were 26 social workers working within the system at present. 7 have resigned over 2 years. I don't think that's a particularly high number. And 7 have left at the end of their 11-month contract. As you know, the government policy is wherever there is a vacancy for which a local resident can do the job that we require them to do, that is the preferred option of this government. And obviously that will deliver far better continuity of care than having people that come in and leave from other jurisdictions.
Mr. Speaker, is the Minister saying that nationality trumps longevity when you have a short contract among people who may be forging connections and trust and bonds with the end user? Is it more important to ensure that the nationality of that worker is Gibraltarian over the longevity and the service that that worker might be giving and fulfilling in terms of her role and to the end user?
Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Lady listens to the answers that I give, she wouldn't have to get up and ask these questions. I said local residents, nothing to do with nationality. The only person that's mentioned nationality is the lady herself. Local residents.
Question number 140 of
Honourable
2020.
Daniel Feetham would like to ask a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister said 7 had essentially done their 11 months and therefore had left. Presumably their contracts weren't renewed or they had themselves decided to leave. But he also said, he then referenced that with the statement about the government's policy in relation to local residents. So what was the government's policy to fill vacancies with local residents? But have these 7 that have left, have they been filled by people that are residing in Gibraltar?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that of the people that we need, we have them in place. So if somebody was no longer required because of an 11-month contract terminated or somebody resigns, then that position will be filled in order to ensure that we have the complement that we need to provide the service that we give. But I'm not able to say to the honourable member, of these four have all been replaced. What I'm saying is that I'm not aware of any that have not.
Yes, I asked the question because, of course, when answering the question from the Honourable Lady to my left, it appeared, the implication in the answer appeared to be, well, we've not renewed these 7, but the government has a policy of filling these vacancies with local. That appeared to be the reason why. That's the reason that I'm asking. But, Mr. Speaker, I will come back next time round, or somebody from this side of the House, to perhaps probe the government further in relation to some of these. Apologies, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to explain that.
Mr. Speaker, can I just ask one more supplementary? I think if I didn't make myself clear to the Minister earlier, I think where my question was angling to is, does the government find it acceptable to have a revolving door policy, perhaps once you take a long-term view over a few years, of this 11-month contracting of staff in a sector where the users need the continuity?
Mr. Speaker, the policy and the process of having people covering for each other is probably best known in the medical service area. Locums are brought in every day of the week in every hospital across the entire world to continue to provide services to patients when there isn't sufficient resource from within. So what we are seeking to do, and I think the honourable members opposite will agree, but the Honourable Mr. Feetham has indicated he will come back with further questions, and we will answer those when they come, that if we have locals that we are paying to train, local residents for which we are paying to train, which we know are coming back. It doesn't seem to be sensible, having funded their training, to then say when they come back, no jobs because all the jobs have been taken by non-residents. That's the issue. Now, if the Honourable Lady is suggesting that by having locums we are not providing continuity of care, then I would not agree with the Honourable Lady for the reasons I've already given.
Mr. Speaker, can I just pick up on something that the Minister just raised? I'd like to make him aware, or ask in the form of a question, that there is a cohort of graduates such in social care work, which ex-Minister Costa funded, and there was a lot of press about it at the time, who are currently sitting without a job or any opportunities. And I asked this question some time ago and was told that there simply aren't any. So I would like to ask the Minister where this funding has gone to, considering that I have spoken to a few of them and they are actually very frustrated that they're not being called upon to the system.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the Honourable Lady is telling us that we shouldn't give 11-month contracts so that we can provide continuity of care, with which we don't agree, and on the other hand saying we've got local cohorts that are looking for a job and they can't get into the service. It's one or the other, because they conflict with each other, diametrically conflict with each other. Either you support the notion that we should have 11-month contracts for non-residents in order to enable the local residents to be able to have those jobs as and when they're trained and ready for those jobs, or not. But what you can't do in one supplemental is ask one direction and then ask in exactly the contradictory manner the same question.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the opposite of what I've done. There is an issue where 7 social workers have left the system after 11 months, and you have the Minister telling me that it's because they want to have a different policy, have residents. And then you have residents who are sitting there without being called up for a job when they have been funded by the same system that is not employing them. So the contradictions are not on my side. I'm just here to ask the questions on the contradictions coming from the government side and the spending, which apparently is not going anywhere in our system.
Mr. Speaker, no. The Honourable Lady's first supplemental question was complaining that the granting of 11-month contracts deprives the users of continuity of care. So she was saying that it's wrong to give 11-month contracts. The last question she's asked is saying, why aren't we employing the locals who we paid to train and are back? Well, Mr. Speaker, if we do what you said in the first supplemental question, which is stop the 11-month contract and employ everyone indefinitely, then there is no chance of them coming back. It's got to be one or the other. And that is the answer that I've given. As far as we're concerned, we prefer to have locally resident people providing continuity of care within a health service, but when we can't, we issue shorter-term contracts.
But Mr. Speaker, that's
This
my
is the
question.
final
Yes,
supplementary.
that's my question. How can the Minister say that we can't when we have people sitting there who've been funded by the taxpayer in order to can? That's simple. And I don't understand what is not comprehensible about that.
Mr. Speaker, if the people that the Honourable Lady is referring to are qualified for the vacancies that we have, then of course they will be considered. That's exactly what we're trying to do.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a point about this matter, because it's arisen on a number of occasions in different guises in this House. And it's only a very short point that I think all honourable members should consider. And it's that in relation to these contracts that we sometimes talk about of different longevity, or whether or not they become indefinite, the liability is always on the part of the government. People always seem to ignore in the debate that the employee may decide to go at any time. And then they are not criticized because they may have decided to go to another job, which might be in Gibraltar or elsewhere at higher pay, or because they've simply got fed up of the sector. It's always when the government says you reach the end of your notice of your employment period, etc., that there is criticism. But these are contracts which require two parties to them, and very often it's the other party that decides not to continue, and that should also be borne in mind.
Question number 140 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. MD Hassan Naum.
How many people have been diagnosed with dementia, and of those diagnosed, A, how many are men and how many are women? B, how many men and how many women of those diagnosed with dementia are under 65 years of age?
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with questions 141 to 143.
Question number 141 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. MD Hassan Naum.
How many of those individuals diagnosed with dementia are at ERS facilities, and how many are in the community living at home?
Question number 142 of 2022. The Hon. Ms. MD Hassan Naum.
Of those individuals living with dementia in the community, how many are receiving domiciliary care?
Question number 143 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. MD Hassan Naum.
How many people with dementia waiting for a bed at ERS are there? A, living at home. B, living at St. Bernard's Hospital. C, living at Ocean Views.
Answer, the Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, there are 180 people diagnosed with dementia, of which 105 are female and 75 are male. Of those diagnosed, there are 2 females and 2 males under the age of 65. There are 141 people diagnosed with dementia residing at ERS facilities. ERS also supports 39 people living with dementia in the community. There will be a number of people living with dementia in the community who are not necessarily receiving support through ERS, i.e. only receiving domiciliary care. Of the individuals living with dementia in the community, 134 are receiving domiciliary care. Out of the people living with dementia who are waiting for a bed at ERS, there are A, 4 living at home, 13 at St. Bernard's Hospital, and C, 4 at Ocean Views.
Mr. Speaker, if I could ask the Minister, when we talk about domiciliary care, is the Minister looking to increase the possibilities of that bracket of domiciliary care in for patients who are living at home? Does he consider it satisfactory? Because from my understanding and my experience with people living with dementia, they have concerns, reservations, their families that the domiciliary care is just a little bit less than what they would need, or maybe more than a little bit less. So I would like to know if the government is reviewing any more domiciliary care for dementia sufferers.
Mr. Speaker, in short, no. I'm not aware of the instance that the Honourable Lady refers to. I think that the services review each and every case individually and provide the care that they believe is necessary to support that person with the care that they need. I'm not aware of that issue.
Honourable Daniel Feetham.
Just in relation to the statistics that he's provided in answer to question 140, that's the 180 people that have been diagnosed with dementia. I've noticed that there is a considerable disparity here between female and male, 105 females and 75 males. Is that within international norms? Is that something that the Minister is in a position to answer, whether these statistics are within international norms? It just seems to me to be a considerable disparity between the number of females and the number of males suffering from dementia.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't be able to comment on that observation. I agree with the observation that he's made. I'm assuming there will be some reason for that. I will certainly ask, but I don't know the answer to that question.
The Honourable David Messina.
Speaker, in terms of the numbers, I'm not sure if the categorization is correct, or I may be misunderstanding it. So the total number is 180. The total number is 180 in response to question 140. And then the numbers in relation to 141 add up. I think it's 141. I may not have taken an accurate note, plus 39. But then with 142, the answer for this domiciliary care is 134. So I'm not sure how those numbers correlate. Do you add the 134 to the 141? I'm not too sure. Because it seems like a bigger number if you add them all up. But it may be misunderstanding how the categorizations work.
No, don't worry.
Perhaps,
The Honourable Edwin Reyes.
yeah, perhaps if I put the question this way to the Minister. From question 141, the Minister told us that there are 39 individuals with diagnosed with dementia who are living at home. Yeah, and then for question 142, of those individuals living with dementia in the community, how many receiving domiciliary care? It's 134. So, if 134 with dementia are receiving domiciliary care, is it correct to assume that they are living at home? So then it doesn't tally with the answer to question 141, where there were 39 living at home. That's where the confusion arises for non-mathematicians like myself, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will happily review the numbers. These are the numbers that I've been provided with. I would just say that it also says at the end of the answer to question 141, there will be a number of people living with dementia in the community who are not necessarily receiving support through ERS, i.e. only receiving domiciliary care. I agree, the numbers, the 134 is larger than I would have expected to have seen, and so I'm happy to review that and then come back.
Issue here is that it may have an impact on the overall number, so it may be indeed higher than 180, or maybe not. But I think it was a justified question in the circumstances.
The Honourable Marlene Hassan Naon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Minister is aware that the latest figures in 2019 are that there were 449 people in Gibraltar with dementia. How on earth can we now assume that the figure has gone down by more than double? Does that sound about right, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if that sounds about right, but I will go back and have a look at the 29 numbers and see how they compare to what we have today and why there has been any change as suggested by the lady or at all. It may or may not be right.
Next question.
Question number 145 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. MD Hassan Naun.
Has the new health minister got any waiting list incentives to improve waiting times and the general backlog stemming from the COVID pandemic? And if so, can he expand on these?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the Director General has launched a review of all waiting times post-COVID and will work with clinical colleagues in taking the appropriate action. We will continue to discuss these issues in our regular meetings with the view of improving waiting times and backlogs moving forward.
Mr. Speaker, will these initiatives revolve around the GHA, or will we be seeing more of an outsource strategy, paying extra in order to reduce these waiting lists?
Mr. Speaker, there is a review ongoing, as I've said. I would expect the review, once it's completed, to cover whatever is the most efficient way of dealing with the backlog as quickly as we possibly can. There is, at the moment, for example, in the area of dental care, a tender out to private practice to help us to reduce the dental waiting list as quickly as we possibly can and as efficiently as we possibly can. So I suspect that once the review is complete, it'll be a mixture of how we can reduce this number at the quickest available time, in the shortest time.
Question number 146 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. MD Hassan Naun.
How many specialist urologists are there in the health service, and how often are they on call?
Answer. The Honourable Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, there are 2 consultant urologists in the GHA at present. They are covering the service between them on a 1-in-2 on-call basis.
Mr. Speaker, if we're being covered as a 1-in-2, I believe that poses a risk. Would there not be a better strategy to ensure that urology, emergency urology and on-call urology is covered all the time and not 50% of the time?
Mr. Speaker, the professionals engaged with providing the care and the quality of care that we require of them have advised that this is adequate and working. The urologists have agreed to continue covering on this basis until the job plan is agreed, which, as I mentioned earlier, is ongoing.
Mr. Speaker, I genuinely don't understand. I know that the other side like to say that I don't understand things a lot of the time, but this is one of the times where I don't, because I'd like the minister to answer me how a healthcare professional can state that the emergency cover is only needing to be available 50% of the time, because how can they predict that the other 50% of the time there might not be a terrible emergency and that they know best that the other 50% of the time it's not necessary to cover? So is the minister saying that these urologists stare into a crystal ball and they know that Monday, Wednesday, Friday there's going to be an emergency, but Thursday, Tuesday and Sunday they can be off? How exactly does that work?
Mr. Speaker, I think the characterization that the Honourable Lady has made of the role that these professionals play is inaccurate. If somebody has an emergency, where do they go? You don't go looking for a urologist. You go to A&E, where you get seen by a doctor that deals with the emergency. The person that is the specialist is on call. The on-call urologist will be much closer to the hospital here than in most parts of the world. So in terms of delivering the service that we believe we require, I think that the professionals advising us have come to the right decision, and the Honourable Lady is not right in her assessment of giving emergency service. We give it.
Mr. Speaker, I really am trying to understand this. Is the minister saying that there's a patient, for example, who turns up at A&E with testicular torsion and needs an emergency urologist, and that emergency urologist, and there's no emergency cover because it's 1 in 2, and that night that this patient is dying of testicular torsion, there is no specialist? Is the minister telling me that an A&E doctor will do, or that they'll scramble for the urologist who's not meant to be on call because, as he says, it's only 1 in 2, and that night it's not the 1 in 2?
Mr. Speaker, I don't believe the Honourable Lady is qualified to make any assessment of what clinical needs the GHA may or may not have. The professionals have advised us that this works, and it works for the community, and it provides the quality of care that we want for our people, which is the best available. As I've already said to the Honourable Lady, on-call urologists are available to the GHA, and somebody that's in emergency will be dealt with, as everyone else is dealt with, at the A&E, and then a urologist will be made on-call, available to that patient to be dealt with quicker than most hospitals in the world are able to get them because of the size and geography of our wonderful homeland.
Next question.
Question
Honourable
number.
Daniel Feetham.
Thank you. May I ask, perhaps he doesn't know the answer to this, but how does this 2-to-1 actually compare to, for example, the United Kingdom or other jurisdictions? Because presumably in making that decision, you've looked at what they do in other jurisdictions and made the decision as to whether this is adequate or inadequate.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't made any decision, as I've been at pains to stress to the Honourable Lady in my answers. The professionals have made the decision, the professionals have given the advice, and the professionals who are responsible for the operational aspects, all operational aspects of the GHA have made that decision. I don't know, but I'm sure they do, what the position is in other countries, and I'm sure that forms part of their assessment as to what they believe the GHA requires in order to provide the quality of care that we require of them.
Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that the Honourable Lady has brought it to the House, that there is obviously a concern about that. I mean, ultimately, I understand that he does not make the decisions personally, but of course it's the GHA that is making the decisions based on advice that is provided by the professionals. But I would have thought that if something has been brought to this House, that the Honourable Minister would be interested in at least ascertaining whether this is comparable favourably to other jurisdictions, and will he undertake to go back and to ask that question to the professionals concerned? Sorry.
Someone available to the GHA 24/7. Now, if that's not good enough, then somebody needs to tell me what is. If the professionals believe it's good enough, I accept the advice that they give me that it's good enough, and I think there is really nothing more to talk about. To have a urologist on call in Gibraltar for the provision of care to our patients, I believe to be absolutely reasonable, and I'm very grateful to the professionals who've given us advice to be able to do that.
No, I think we need to move on. We need to move on now.
Question number 147 of 2022. The Honourable Miss M.D. Hassan Naun.
What is the current policy on what is commonly known as tube tying for women under 30 years of age at the GHA?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, the GHA provides access to sterilisation procedures where, in the opinion of the consultant, there is a clinical indication to do so, and where tubal ligation is considered the best clinical option for sterilisation.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister, given that there are so many reviews going on, and since the community legalized abortion, and I think whatever side of the argument one is on, we all want to keep them safe and rare, would the Minister be persuaded, or is he at all having any discussions about making this more of a widely available option for women who want to be sterilized and not have to face the potential eventuality of going for an abortion instead?
Mr. Speaker, of course I'm interested in anything that can deliver better care to our people. What I would say to the Honourable Lady is that I have no doubt that this and everything else will form part of the reviews being carried out. Whether it's deemed to be okay or needs change or improvement in one way or another is yet to be seen. What I would tell the Honourable Lady is that there are 3 patients under the age of 30 in the last year that have had this, all for clinical reasons.
Next question.
Question number 148 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naun.
What is the GHA policy on maintenance of defibrillators around the city?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, by way of background, the GHA has advised that defibrillators were very kindly fundraised and purchased by the Gibraltar Cardiac Association. The advice of the ambulance staff was obtained in connection to the placing of the defibrillators around Gibraltar. GHA ambulance staff do review defibrillators as and when required. However, this is being looked into with the view to having a more formal arrangement being implemented as to their maintenance.
Mr. Speaker, it is my understanding that several of them are not working properly. I would ask the Minister in good faith to perhaps find out whether this is indeed the case, to ensure that they might work better and potentially help to save a life.
Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Lady lets me have that information, I will ensure that they are checked and ensure that they're working as they should be.
Question number 149 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naun.
Is government satisfied with the supply and management of our emergency and transport ambulances?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, although the GHA has not had issues in the past with the sourcing and supply of emergency and transport ambulances, the GHA is not satisfied and is disappointed with the delays with the recent purchase. The GHA, however, recognises that the delays have been due to the conversion of the vehicles and the required microchips, of which there have been shortages due to the pandemic. These issues have not only affected Gibraltar but worldwide. The 2 new ambulances are expected to arrive in Gibraltar in September of this year.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer. I have had several representations of which I would happily share with the Minister behind the Speaker's chair, just to show him the veracity of these representations. These have been life or death situations, and therefore, given that he has generously explained that they are waiting for more vehicles in order to improve the service, I'd like to ask him how and in what way are incidents documented, if at all? How are they reported or fed back to the service so that he can know, understand the data which is out there, which may of failings, shall we say, that are affecting people in our community?
Mr. Speaker, the Director General is very much on the case in respect of ambulances. They will form an important part of his review, and he has some interesting ideas as to the way forward for our community to get better care quicker to when ambulances are needed. I think that the data available is now being considered and being reviewed, and the extent of the data available is improving, which will help him in that assessment to ensure that the kind of incidences that the Honourable Lady refers to don't happen in the future. If she has examples, I would be happy to receive them, and all I will do is pass them on to ensure that that data is already with them. If not, it will be helpful for them to have it.
Question number 150 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naun.
What is the current status of the location where the mortuary has always been, and what are the plans for the mortuary now that the pandemic has eased?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, this is currently under review.
Mr. Speaker, so many reviews going on that I would like to know a little bit more about perhaps how long this review in particular might take, because of course Gibraltar being such a close-knit community, I know from many people that I speak to that they really miss having a location to grieve the recently passed when it does happen, and there are many in our community feeling quite aggrieved by the current practices, which are not perhaps what we see in other countries, but not what we're used to in this community. So I would appreciate if the Minister gave us some kind of timeline as to when this mortuary status of limbo will be illuminated upon the community, because this is a very sensitive issue that people want to understand what to do with when the inevitable happens.
Mr. Speaker, I accept that, and I think that it is important in our community to be able to grieve with families in the way that the Honourable Lady has described. As the Honourable Lady will know, during COVID, the whole place was just shut off for the obvious reasons. And as a result of that, it's led to a rethink. And this is a cross-department rethink as to what we should and how we should do it. I'm afraid I'm not able to give much more detail than I did in respect of the general review that has been carried out, which will be completed in the coming months. In terms of timetable, I can't be more specific than that, because this service and many of the other services that we hope to bring back faster and better post-COVID are all forming part of the one review of the global service that the GHA provides. So I would ask the Honourable Lady to be a little patient and give us some time to come back with some thinking on that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. I just want to not confirm, but ask if at all the Health Ministry, the Minister is considering outsourcing this service to another location outside of the hospital, as we see in nearby La Linea, for example, or if the system will stay within our GHA.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't wish to preempt the review, but I'm sure the review will consider all options and report back to us.
Question number 151 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naun.
Is the Health Minister satisfied with his ministry's level of support towards its staff with reference to professional development in the form of secondment for those within the organisation?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm unsure as to what the Honourable Lady was referring to in her question. As from the 10th of January 2022, the Ministry of Health, my predecessor's team, was seconded to the offices of the Director General.
No, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that the minister has. Sorry, did he finish? Did you finish? I'm sorry. I don't think he may have understood my question itself in terms of what I was getting at. If I can just explain, I've received some representations that the GHA is no longer supporting staff in expanding their professional development in the form of secondment. In terms of the representations I've had from a few enrolled nurses who have reported that they were told that they could do their third-year top-up at the Gibraltar University. They were told that they could apply after working for 2 years, which would then make them registered general nurses. They started this process, and within a week, they were cut off with the excuse of no funding available. And apparently, there's only a 2-year bracket in which to do this. So if they don't do it after the 2 years, they have to start from scratch for the 3 years of university all over again, even though they've already banked 2 as such. So this cut means that none of these individuals can actually continue their development to further their careers and raise standards effectively for the GHA and for all of us. And I know that this has led to certain level of demotivation for these nurses who really want to expand their careers. Would the minister be willing for me to perhaps explain this to him in detail behind the Speaker's chair and perhaps find whether there is any possibility of allowing these nurses who want to continue their development to find a place in which to do it in the correct time frame?
Mr. Speaker, yes, and my apologies because we've completely misunderstood the question that the Honourable Lady was asking. If the Honourable Lady was to detail that to me, I'd be very happy to pass that on and get a response for her in terms of what the issues are, if there are any, because I'm not familiar with that issue that the Honourable Lady's raised, and then come back to her. So yes, I would very much welcome that.
Question number 152 of 2022. The Honourable Ms. M.D. Hassan Naun.
How were the new GHA Executive Board members selected?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for Health, Digital and Financial Services.
Mr. Speaker, there are 6 executive directors on the GHA board. The appointments were made as follows. The Director General, appointed by the GHA chairperson. The Medical Director, appointed by the GHA person. Director of Nursing, appointed by the GHA chairperson. Executive Head of ERS, appointed by the GHA chairperson. Executive Head of Workforce, appointed by the GHA chairperson. And the Director of Finance, currently vacant, appointed by the chairperson as and when that person is appointed.
Mr. Speaker, can I just confirm, are these paid, remunerated positions?
Mr. Speaker, these are all professionals within the GHA.
The Honourable Roy Clinton.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I understood the Minister correctly. He just said they're all GHA personnel, I guess. Yes? Sorry? Specialists? Professionals. I was looking through the press release and the non-executive directors of the board. Certainly there's an accountant that's not a health professional. Yeah?
Mr. Speaker, the question was, how were the new GHA executive board members selected? And that's the answer I've given. And they're all executives within the GHA, the Director General, the Medical Director, Director of Nursing, etc.
Sorry, I understand now, yes.
There's a further supplementary coming from the Honourable Roy Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of remuneration, are the non-executive directors receiving any fees?
No, Mr. Speaker, it's entirely honorary.
Mr. Speaker, would this be a convenient moment for the House to recess for 15 minutes before we continue with questions on the environment?
House will recess for 15 minutes and we will return at 6:25. The Honourable John Cortez, Dr. John Cortez, would like to say a few words before we start the session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I explained to you, Mr. Speaker, earlier, I've been suffering from a cough for a few days. I've been tested for COVID and I am negative. It's probably a bad cold or an allergy. So I'm going to try and work my way through all the answers. It may be possible, Mr. Speaker, that I will get a coughing fit and I will have to leave without being able to excuse myself. So I'm excusing myself now. My honourable friend, Minister Linares, following our conversation, would read any answers and I would come back after a few minutes and deal with the supplementaries. So the opposition can, of course, withdraw all their questions and save me the trouble. But as I guess they're not going to, with your leave and the understanding of the House, I will try and soldier through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 51 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Something before we continue. Why don't we allow, because some of these answers are quite lengthy, why don't we allow Minister Linares to answer the question and you can reserve yourself for the supplementaries? That might be the way forward, but it's entirely up to you.
To you, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to give it a go. I am a little bit better than I have been over the last few days. If I find that I'm struggling, then I will take you up on your kind offer. Thank you.
Sorry. The Honourable Edwin Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister for Education provide an update in respect of the setup known as Gibraltar Young Minds, which is or was run by a GHA employee seconded to the Department of Education?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, GYM, short for Gibraltar Young Minds, which is a specialist mental health service for children and young adults, which was set up internally by the GHA on the arrival of new members to the clinical psychology team and with input from the consultant psychiatrist with responsibility for these service users. The Department of Education, which had conducted a comprehensive review of mental health, social and emotional needs in schools and college in Gibraltar, through a GHA employee seconded to education, collaborated from an education perspective, but was not leading or running this GHA service. The seconded individual, together with the education advisor for child welfare, actively engaged with GHA and care agency colleagues to share outputs from the phased review and plan the development of referral pathways between organizations, and in particular those specific to school counsellors recently appointed. The Department of Education is a signatory to a memorandum of understanding with the GHA and the care agency, which identifies priorities that all three agencies will work together to address in respect of children's mental health. The employee mentioned continues to work with the Director of Education, the Advisor for Child Welfare, Advisor for Special Educational Needs, educational psychologists and school counsellors, along with staff across the service, to continue to enhance and develop the education mental health strategy. I am informed that the GHA service is fully up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within all that information the Minister has given me, is he aware the GHA employee is still seconded like on a full-time basis at the department or with the Department of Education, or is it as and when he can be released from other GHA duties?
The Speaker is seconded on a full-time basis.
Question number 52 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Can the Minister for Education confirm that there are now 6 counsellors readily available in schools as per government's election manifesto?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 53.
Question number 53 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
How many educational psychologists are currently employed at the Department of Education to serve all schools?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently 4 school counsellors employed. Recruitment will continue for additional counsellors during the lifetime of this Parliament, and there are currently 2 educational psychologists employed at the Department of Education.
Mr. Speaker, since there are 2 questions I have sort of have 2 minor supplementaries. The councillors are still in 4 numbers. Obviously, I gather that it is the intention to aim to have 6. Does the Minister have an indication by when he hopes that selection process will be complete? And in respect of the question 53, the Minister has confirmed there are 2 educational psychologists, but it's my understanding we used to have 3. So is the other one, is it the vacancy that they are in the process of filling up, or is it because it has been decided to cut down on the number of educational psychologists?
Mr. Speaker, I cannot tell the honourable member when the recruitment will be completed. Clearly, recruitment has been stalled as a result of the pandemic, but obviously it's still an aim. They are important posts, and the government still believes that they are important posts. In the case of educational psychologists, that is not quite correct. The number has been too substantive. There's been 1 trainee who has been able to deal with some sessions, but because one of the former educational psychologists got promoted to education advisor, that trainee then slotted into that post, and we are now looking at the possibility of engaging another trainee to understudy. So there haven't been 3. De facto, there have been 3 people, but one of them has been a trainee.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Speaker. Can I, referring back to the councillors, the 4 that are available for schools, is the Minister aware, because the secondary schools tend to be large in size, are these councillors sort of in situ on a school open hours basis, or are they based elsewhere and have to be called in by the school and wait for them to be able to come down? I see, I'm prompting that question, sort of the advantage of having a counsellor ready available, sort of with immediate effect, if need be, in schools with 1,000 pupils each.
It doesn't usually work like that. The counsellors don't normally deal with a critical case. They deal with referrals through educational psychologists or from the school teams. The counsellors were new. They were added by this administration around the time of the new comprehensives, the new secondary schools, and they are based there. But obviously they are available to all the schools.
Next question.
Question number 54 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Can government provide details of any multidisciplinary approach currently in place for the benefit of pupils between the Department of Education's educational psychologists and the Gibraltar Health Authority?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the 2 educational psychologists currently employed at the Department of Education are involved in a number of multidisciplinary work streams with staff from the Gibraltar Health Authority and indeed other agencies. The educational psychologists attend pediatric multidisciplinary reviews when invited to attend by the GHA. The educational psychologists liaise with relevant staff, primarily pediatric therapists and consultant pediatricians from the GHA, when they have shared cases of children and young people in common. They also attend educational multidisciplinary reviews for pupils attending government schools and other educational settings, and relevant GHA staff, primarily the pediatric therapists and consultant pediatricians are invited to attend when they are supporting the children and young people who are being reviewed. They form part of joint work streams and work alongside relevant staff from the GHA and other agencies, providing strategic liaison on pathways and policies pertinent to children and young people with additional needs. For example, the ASD pathway. The educational psychologists work closely with relevant staff from the GHA and other agencies to support pupils, particularly at times of transition across schools and across sectors, to ensure as smooth a transition as possible for the children and young people. They form part of the gazetted Special Educational Needs Assessment Panel, which also consists of GHA staff and care agency staff to ensure children and young people's educational needs are met. They form part of the Disability Panel, which also includes GHA and care agency staff to discuss the needs of children and young people with disabilities in our community.
Next question.
Question number 55 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Can the Minister for Education provide details of how many special needs learning support assistants are currently available in primary schools?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently 122 and a half, clearly there's one part-timer, special needs learning support assistants assigned to support children in government primary schools. In addition, there are currently a total of 51 such assistants assigned to support children in St. Martin's School. Please note that St. Martin's School caters for children and young people across the compulsory school years, which includes children of primary school age and children beyond primary or secondary school age. It's important to note that the assigning of the SNLSAs to educational settings is entirely needs dependent. That is to say that the allocation of SNLSAs to educational settings is dependent on the particular needs of the children who attend those settings at that specific time. Each educational setting's requirements are subject to change as pupils' needs change, pupils develop, emerging needs are identified, or pupils transition to a different educational setting. The number of SNLSAs assigned to each educational setting is dependent on the specific needs of each cohort of children each academic year.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister has sort of clarified some things there for me. Am I correct in deducting that because it's demand-led, the 122.5 in the primary schools, which is sort of lower and upper primary, you could have a case that come September, the numbers in the lower primary could be lowered because as a pupil moves into upper primary, the individual pupil takes it with him. And then there would be a whole process of the new reception year kicking in the cohort with special needs. Is that a correct assumption so that I know for future reference?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is correct.
Question number 56 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Can the Minister for Education provide details of what usage is being made of the workshops situated on the ground floors of both Bayside and Westside schools, which were purposely designated for vocational courses and trades such as mechanics and wet trades?
Answer. The Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, some of these areas are currently being used to support the learning and teaching of existing curriculum subjects. This is the case for the engineering workshop. The garage and wet trade areas are currently not in use.
And, Mr. Speaker, if the garage and wet trades area are currently not in use, is it a question that we're waiting for these particular courses to kick in, or is it a question that we have now abandoned, for example, the wet trades courses, and therefore management would have to rethink their usage?
No, Mr. Speaker, the courses have abandoned us. City and Guilds, quite unfortunately, discontinued a number of courses from the 1st of August 2021. Level 2 technical in engineering, in vehicle technology, in design and planning of the built environment, and in cookery and service for the hospitality industry. They are carrying out a whole review, and they were the courses that we were going to offer. So unfortunately, they are not available. The Department of Education is, however, in contact with other authorities with a view to being able to be accepted as a location for these courses, and obviously as soon as we're able to start those courses we have the facilities available, but unfortunately it was completely beyond our control, and the courses that we were going to offer have ceased to be offered by City and Guilds.
Question number 57 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Can government provide details of vocational courses being delivered at our secondary schools for the academic year 2021/22, together with details of numbers of students following these courses, the educational establishment delivering the courses, the completion date of the courses, and the qualifications obtainable upon successful completion of said courses?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, there are a total of 18 students who will complete their Level 2 Hair and Beauty course delivered at Westside and Bayside schools in salons that were created, and fortunately those courses were discontinued. And they'll be completing this academic year. An additional 9 from Bayside School and 7 from Westside are expected to complete the same Hair and Beauty course next year. We have 78 students at Bayside and 23 at Westside who will complete their Level 2 Digital Technologies qualification at the end of this academic year. A further 24 students from Bayside and 12 from Westside are expected to complete their Level 2 Digital Technologies qualification in 2023. We mustn't forget, Mr. Speaker, we also have 125 students at our secondary schools and 286 at the Gibraltar College who are following courses which are vocationally assessed. That is, they're in subject areas not traditionally considered as vocational subjects, but are being assessed in a vocational manner. This includes the 4 students who are now working towards the new music performance qualification, which has been introduced this year. This number does not include the students who at some point in their journey complete ASDAN qualifications, which are vocationally assessed at levels 1 and 2 at our secondary schools.
I'm very grateful for that information, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister went on to, in fact, save me the trouble of having to specifically go into something. He's given us the example of the music courses and so on. Can he confirm that these would end up leading towards a Level 1 or Level 2 qualification? And the same as before, sort of an estimated completion date, whether they are bound to finish this current examination period or is there still another year to go?
Mr. Speaker, the music performance course is a 2-year course, so it's due to finish next year, and it is an A-level equivalent. Yeah. Yeah. The music performance course, which is being offered by the college in association with the Academy of Music and Performing Arts, is an A-level equivalent.
Yes, I was going to thank you. That's very helpful. So a level equivalent, but certificate as such would then say a Level 3 rather than a level as in the others. Am I correct in that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but it has the same value for university purposes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and for those, I know there's a minister on that side of the house as well with that sort of educational experience. The level 2 is considered more or less equivalent to a GCSE, or it should be accepted internationally as that. Therefore, the Level 3 is an A level, and the Level 1, which unfortunately some private sector markets is not giving us much credit, but it's from educational point of view, a level 1 is also a worthwhile it's equivalent to sort of a foundation and almost quasi a GCSE per se.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. This actually opens up opportunity for young people who may not have wanted to follow, may not have been able to or not have wanted to follow a more strictly academic route to gain qualifications which will serve them well in future life.
Question number 58 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Can the Minister for Education provide updated details in respect of any possible changes it hopes to introduce in respect to school leaving age so as to bring this into line with the United Kingdom?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the government is considering increasing school leaving age to 16 in its current review of the Education Act.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've spoken about this in the past, so it is still work in progress. But looking further into the details of the United Kingdom, it's not as simple as saying the school leaving age is 16. The student may leave school at 16 if, up to the age of 18, they're engaged or enrolled in a type of apprenticeship or employment program that would sort of teach them some skills and gain them the experience. Is the Minister inclined to hope that Gibraltar would follow a bit more that route? In other words, not a question of simply reaching a given birthday like 16 and then saying the individual can sort of stay at home and sort of roam the streets, but rather that they be engaged in a recognized type of program like it seems to be the case for the United Kingdom.
Mr. Speaker, I personally would not be inclined to be so prescriptive. I'm not sure that may not be the outcome, but certainly that is not the way we're going at the moment. But as I say, this is currently under consideration in a wide review of the education legislation, and it's something that clearly is under discussion. But my personal view is that we shouldn't be so prescriptive.
Question number 59 of 2022. The Honourable E.J. Reyes.
Mr. Speaker, can government provide updated details of the grand total debt outstanding from students who have not successfully completed any courses for which they were granted scholarships, together with details of what actions are being taken against debtors who are failing to make repayments as required by their scholarship contracts?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the grand total debt outstanding as at the 6th of May 2022, when the answer was compiled, amounts to £1,107,436.20. Debtors who fail to honour repayment, despite several written reminders, are referred to the Central Arrears Unit.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to note, and I think the Minister has done a good job. He has reduced by 199,000 the debt as from when he answered my question number 544. Mr. Speaker, in just a small point to clarify, in the past, the Minister has answered me. He's given me a footnote saying that those students who have not been referred to the Central Arrears Unit are being chased up by the Department of Education. And in today's answer, he's made, again, a reference to the Central Arrears Unit. Is it a question that now, sort of having the Department of Education having first tried to contact these people and come to deal with them, are all the pending cases now passed fully to the Central Arrears Unit, and so that the Department of Education per se has done its job and is now all centralized at the Central Arrears Unit?
Yes, the Department of Education tries to assist in a friendly manner in families who are facing the obligation to pay a debt which they rather not pay. So we are sensitive about it, and the department talks to the families and obviously writes to them. On occasion, they reach a payment agreement depending on means and so on. But clearly, there are times when the department is unsuccessful, and it is those cases that are referred to the Central Arrears Unit. I believe that most of the older cases are now with them, but clearly these things happen all the time. So it's quite dynamic. There will be new cases that maybe have happened a week or two ago, and one or two that are coming in a week or two's time. It's unfortunate. It has to be dealt with. The department is as sensitive and understanding as possible, but the debt is there, and they will try to recover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tend to concur with the Minister that one has to approach sensitively those students who may have entered into difficulties and not be able to complete the course. Given that we are now towards the end of academic year, would the Minister accept a sort of a word advice may be the wrong one, a sort of a proposal from me, yeah, that as some students now approach the final exams, if for medical or other very genuine reasons they are unable to complete those studies, rather than become a debtor per se, that the Department of Education has sort of like a little information leaflet or whatever, giving them like in bullet points what courses of actions that individual may take. Because, for example, that individual could re-enroll come next September in the university, sit any pending exams they have. Therefore, they comply with the requirement of having successfully completed their course. They don't become debtors to the Department of Education. Yeah, and all it requires is a small investment from the family of an extra term, whatever the individual off. So my suggestion is, would the Minister of Education take on board, or perhaps having a little information booklet or sheet with bullet points or whatever, to assist students through these difficulties and thus enable them not to become debtors and eventually referred to the Central Arrears Unit?
Speaker, the information is provided when young people and families come. Whether it's in the form of a booklet, it's more likely in the form of a PDF or an email, and there are meetings held. And obviously there are situations where, for example, where it's medical reasons that can be confirmed are genuine medical reasons, because obviously these are situations that could be abused. I think that is relatively rare, but it is possible. So we have to be absolutely certain that the reasons are legitimate and there is a sympathetic interchange. Quite the format of the information, I am not absolutely aware, but I am sure that the department shares and assists as much as possible.
Next question.
Question number 60 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state whether reports have been received by the Department of Education as to the prevalence of children vaping in and within the school precincts?
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, there have been some reports of vaping coming from parents, other pupils, and external agencies such as Public Health, but the secondary schools had already identified the issue within their own institutions. The issue is being addressed in various ways, including multi-agency collaboration. Education on dangers of vaping via sharing information on Google Classroom and on school Twitter accounts. Education on the dangers of vaping through the curriculum and sharing of resources via Public Health and PSHE working parties. Identification of areas in school premises that are being used to vape. Monitoring of these areas, liaison with parents, carers of pupils identified as vaping on school premises, liaison with RGP, with parents, carers and students found vaping, and communication with RGP as regards concerns over illegal purchasing of vaping apparatus. In most cases, the school has identified the specific vaping behavior and contacted the parents. School staff have found that children who would prefer not to come to school have used vaping by other students as an excuse and have painted a more negative picture than what is happening in reality. For example, a child with friendship issues who didn't want to come to school said he hadn't gone to school because this was happening. School staff have found that some of the reports of vaping have not resulted from first-hand observations of young people vaping. School staff feel that the vaping behavior is one that only a small minority of young people engage in, and whilst they of course want to raise awareness as to the dangers, curb the behavior, and prevent others from following suit, they are not of the opinion that this is a widespread issue of significant concern.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister help us by telling us whether he has any information of the numbers of children that have been observed firsthand, and generally, because he made a distinction in his answer about the first-hand observation and then the sort of second-hand reports, the numbers of the sort of kind of second-hand reports.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't been provided with those figures in the answer, but I am happy to chase them up and share them with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and with the Honourable Mr. Phillips. I will do that very soon.
Just finally on that, so he's spoken about awareness and so on, but to the extent that there has been first-hand observation, what kind of action are teachers recommended to take?
I tried to summarize some of them. The action is they're spoken to, their parents are spoken to. If it's something that's getting out of hand, then there might be police intervention. But normally, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition knows, the school would try to deal with it internally and try and give advice and try and stop the behaviour. It's challenging, of course. Smoking, it's another version of that, no? But the school tries to control it as best it can.
Question number 61 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state its position on the importance of gas guzzling used motor vehicles and confirm whether it intends to ban the importation of non-hybrid electric motor vehicles?
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, I'll answer this question with question 62.
Question number 62 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm what steps it is taking to encourage and promote electrification of motor vehicles in order to further the decarbonisation agenda?
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, electrification of the vehicle fleet is one of the principal ways in which we will be decarbonising transport. Import duty for vehicles, for electric vehicles is zero, and cashback incentives are available of £250 for a hybrid vehicle and £2,500 on a full electric vehicle. For the past 3 years, any individual taxpayer installing an electric vehicle charging point has been able to deduct the first £2,000 of the cost against their tax liabilities, and we're considering extending this scheme due to increased interest. A cashback incentive of £150 is available for fully electric motorbikes and £200 for electric bicycles. By 1st July 2030, every vehicle registered in Gibraltar will have to be at least a hybrid. This applies to new and second-hand vehicles being registered for the first time in Gibraltar as from 1st July 2030. As from 1st July 2035, Gibraltar will only allow the registration of fully electric vehicles where the propulsion of the vehicle does not in any way rely on the internal combustion engine, whether fueled by diesel or unleaded petrol. The Ministry of Transport is also working on the rollout of further public electric vehicle charging points, in addition to those already available at Midtown Car Park. Government has committed within the climate change strategy to purchase only electric or at minimum hybrid vehicles as of next year. The government's position on combustion engine motor vehicles is clearly and comprehensively laid out in the climate change strategy, which includes a roadmap for the decarbonisation of the transport sector. A ban on the importation of petrol and diesel mopeds will be introduced as from 2023. In addition, and in order to prevent the market from continuing to be filled with older, more polluting vehicles, the government will also ban the importation of used passenger cars and light commercial vehicles with combustion engines in 2023. As part of its medium-term roadmap to net zero, the government will introduce an outright ban on the sale and importation of new conventional petrol and diesel cars, vans and motorbikes as from 2026. Moreover, no vehicles fueled by petrol will be allowed to be registered by 2030.
Speaker, I welcome the honourable member's answer on all those fronts. It struck me listening to him that I guess the success of that agenda must presumably depend to some extent on the number of electric charging points that there are around Gibraltar. Does he have an idea of how many there are now? I don't, but he might. And how many he thinks are needed for a successful strategy, given the clear schedule of timescales of the banning of certain vehicles that he's rolled out. Does he have an idea in the strategy that has been carved out how many charging points are required, and the kind of, and then thirdly, I just asked the question so I don't have to get up again, the kind of investment that he thinks needs to be made in terms of providing charging points.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the figures. I would say that at the moment we certainly don't have enough, and there is pressure from vehicle purchasers for more. I can say that we are in discussion with industry, and they are working together with us to try and develop. They themselves are having to respond to the move towards electric vehicles from manufacturers. So it's something that we are working together with, because this is happening around the world. This is something that we're working with industry to determine how many we would need. There are cities in other parts of the world which are developing electric vehicle charging hubs, very much like a petrol station, but multi-layered for that purpose. It is a challenge. It is a challenge that we will be facing like the rest of the world will be facing. I suppose it's not really more of a challenge than when people used to drive horse-driven carts and said when they heard about petrol, how on earth are we ever going to have stations to fill up with petrol all around the country? So it is a challenge that is coming, but I am confident that working within government departments and very closely with industry, we will be able to have a roadmap for that process, which will be superimposed on the aims that I have described today.
I hear what the honourable member says, but given that the government has quite clearly set out a roadmap of dates, would it not be also sensible to have planned the kind of number, collated statistics on the number of charging points there are from my own limited research on it? It's not the same as filling up a car with petrol. That may take 3 or 4 minutes. I understand the charging process is, in some cases, quite lengthy. May require, to fully charge a car could take much more significant period of time. So it may be that there needs to be a better sort of planned rollout in terms of things like, for example, that if a development is going to be done, for some decades, we've now introduced requirements on parking spaces per development. Those parking spaces should come with a certain number of electric charging points. I mean, things like that, but which I'm sure that the honourable member might have in mind in terms of new things. But of course, that doesn't cater for existing developments or indeed the vast number of vehicles in Gibraltar and so on. So what if they're going to take that brave decision of a clear roadmap on dates? I encourage the honourable member, does he agree that there should be a collation of statistics and a well-planned out strategy on charging points?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, absolutely, and not just on this point, on a whole range of issues that have been identified in the climate change strategy. In fact, we are working interdepartmentally in setting up net zero delivery bodies and working groups to focus on each individual aspect and to come up with exactly this kind of roadmap. Already, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has stated, there is a requirement in every new development. It used to be 20%. Now the Commission is asking, usually the Development and Planning Commission is asking usually for at least 40%, and I suspect that in future developments they will be required to ask for 100%. That is future. Retrofitting will clearly be an issue, and this is what these working groups will focus on, because we have to have a roadmap in order to achieve it. But I can assure the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that work is in hand to produce exactly that.
Mr. Speaker, if it's helpful, because I think we need to also just bear in mind one thing. There is no such thing as an electrical charging point for a vehicle of one type. There are many different types. And so we have to be careful that we don't think that there is one way to charge an electric vehicle which works for every electric vehicle. So you can set up 1,000 electrical charging points and find that they only charge 20% of the electrical vehicles that you've got in Gibraltar. There isn't at the moment a standard, and one of the things that we've been very keen to do is not to do more until there is a standard, because the industry is expecting to come up with an industry standard that will charge all vehicles, existing electrical and future electrical vehicles. And therefore it would be a problem now to choose one type of electrical charger and roll that out across the board. And that's one of the reasons we haven't done more yet. But as the owner, through Her Majesty's Government of Gibraltar, of one of the first electric vehicles that there was in Gibraltar, which we chose in place of the gas-guzzling Jaguar that the honourable members used to have their leader conveyed in, which used to cost between 85 and 120 pounds to fill with petrol. We replaced that with a Tesla that cost 85 pence to charge. We're very pleased to see the conversion to electric and hybrid on the other side.
And thank the Chief Minister for that very helpful contribution in support of this discussion. If I may add a couple of things. One is that there are faster chargers and slower chargers, and that I think is covered by the Honourable Chief Minister's contribution. The other thing is that I would not be true to the aims of my friend and colleague, the Honourable Paul Balban, who also reminds us that we have to reduce the use of cars as part of achieving this decarbonisation. And also that other technologies are coming on board. And there is a lot of movement now internationally, and I saw this in COP26 when I was in Glasgow at the end of last year, moving towards hydrogen as a fuel alternative. And particularly for larger vehicles, which might struggle, the electric engine might struggle for heavier goods vehicles, the indication is that these will turn to hydrogen, and that is something that we also have to be open to. And when hydrogen is burnt in oxygen, it produces water, so it's non-polluting. So all these things have to be kept constantly under review, and we have to wait for the industry to lead on this as well.
Question number 63 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm that despite previous questions in this House, nothing is done to strengthen anti-idling laws or prevent further damage to young lungs and our air quality?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the no idling legislation is in near final draft form. We expect to publish it in coming months. The Environmental Agency will be enforcing this legislation with assistance from other relevant bodies such as the Royal Gibraltar Police as needed.
Question number 64 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state the rationale for the positioning of the current AQ mesh monitors?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with questions 65 through to question 70.
Question number 65 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state what upgrades have been made to the current AQ monitors over the last 2 years?
Question number 66 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government confirm how many occasions the AQ monitors have been offline over the last 2 years and for what duration?
Question number 67 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government state that it is in full compliance with WHO revised air quality recommendations?
Question number 68 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government state why it appears that levels of nitrogen dioxide at Harbour Views Road are 15 times greater than the level of the WHO annual mean limit of nitrogen dioxide?
Question number 69 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Can the government set out what it has done to better improve our air quality over the last 2 years?
Question number 70 of 2022. The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government confirm that it will roll out further AQ monitors to cover more areas of Gibraltar?
Answer, the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Agency has 3 air quality AQ mesh pods currently positioned at Roger Road by the Clock Tower, Devil's Tower Road and Harbour Views Road. These locations were identified in consultation with Ricardo's, our consultants from the UK. The rationale for positioning each of these mesh pods at each location follows. Roger Road is located specifically to investigate complaints of emissions from the dockyard. Devil's Tower Road is located to provide a baseline data prior to the opening of the airport tunnel road. It's anticipated that the increase in traffic will impact the concentrations measured on Devil's Tower Road. Harbour Views Road is located to investigate concentrations resulting from emissions from the cruise liner terminal and the port. The government has placed an order for replacement of 8 of the fixed real-time analyzers used within the monitoring network. These will be installed in the near future. They were going to be installed last week, but they weren't able to come over in the end. There have been some breakdowns in the equipment. The length of time of these breakdowns range from a couple of days to several months. The Environmental Agency can solve some of the minor issues, but not most of the major fixes, which must be done by the company that installed the equipment, Ricardo's. The ones that stayed unfixed for a number of months coincided, Mr. Speaker, with COVID, so they had problems in visiting Gibraltar during the pandemic. But now they are due to catch up, and all the monitors will be upgraded, repaired, and fully functional. The World Health Organization revised their air quality recommendations in 2021. They moved the goalposts, just as for the first time ever, Gibraltar happened to have achieved compliance with the former PM 2.5 levels. We are now not yet in full compliance with the revised WHO air quality recommendations. These are much more stringent than the legislative objectives that have governed air quality strategies both in Gibraltar and across Europe since 2000. For example, the annual mean World Health Organization guideline of 10 micrograms per meter cubed is 25% of the corresponding EU limit value of 40 for nitrogen dioxide. And that sadly continues to be widely exceeded across all of Europe. We continue to aspire to this, but it's unrealistic to be immediately compliant with these revisions, which are focused, and rightly so, on health outcomes and not on achievability. The revised WHO PM 2.5 guidelines, for example, could potentially be exceeded just by natural sources outside the control of governing bodies, such as Sahara dust or sea salt. Pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide are more controllable, and we will continue to strive to achieve the new standards. A quick analysis for the site referenced in question 68 of provisional data for 2022. There still hasn't been the quality assurance and quality control applications, which will then modify the data. That analysis shows an average of around 43 micrograms per meter cubed. I stress the word average, which is consistent with roadside concentrations across other parts of Gibraltar and across the UK. This is an exceedance of the World Health Organization guideline, but it is about 4 times the revised guideline, not 15 times. It's possible that the Honourable Mr. Phillips has confused the hourly and annual data here, and it's comparing one peak hourly value with an annual mean guideline. You can't do that. When you have a graph like I have here, Mr. Speaker, you can't compare the peak with the average, and this may be what Mr. Phillips has done in preparing his question. It's worth mentioning that these data have yet to be ratified. I've just said that. There's currently no modelled evidence to suggest a source, and source apportionment at this location is difficult, but it's possible that contributions from port activities combined with road traffic are causing this. The government has undertaken several projects to improve air quality in Gibraltar over the last few years. We've had the commissioning of the power station and LNG terminal, along with the decommissioning of the old power stations. The Environmental Agency has also increased its presence at all construction sites around Gibraltar with the aim of reducing dust being produced from these sites. And furthermore, as I previously stated, we now have new equipment on order which will allow us to capture better and more air quality data. In my answer to an earlier question, I also detailed measures in relation to traffic to supplement those of my honourable friend, the Minister for Transport. And in answer to question 70, the Environmental Agency has placed orders for 2 additional AQ mesh pod monitors, which will be located, one in the port and another in the city centre. Microphone, apologies.
Mr. Speaker, quite a lot there, so I'll just try to ask a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, I'm glad that they are going to purchase more monitors to do things, to use the Chief Minister's new slogan, better and faster, and hopefully also cheaper. But he didn't mention cheaper, but hopefully it will also be cheaper. Well, it's your suggested slogan for us, but I thought you had adopted it quite successfully for yourself. Mr. Speaker, can I just ask, in terms of that, the upgrade? Can you give us a bit more information, because he's spoken about the 3 points where they've installed these air quality monitors. Is there a plan to install more of those types of monitors around Gibraltar? If so, why? If not, why not? You know, that it would be. He's explained the rationale of why those are there, but I guess you could construct a rationale for monitoring air quality in other parts of Gibraltar for different reasons. So he is well versed in the area. So is there a plan to do that, given the desire to do more comprehensive air pollution monitoring? In terms of the question 68 on the harbour views, and he says that the average is 4 times higher than, I assume, the new level that he's talking about, and that the average is not 15, it's 4. And he showed us the graph, which viewers couldn't see, obviously, because it was facing us, but helpful in any event. The average may be 4, but from the graph, it did look that there were moments where it was significantly higher than 4 at moments of the day. Does he think that that is a worrying thing? Is there something that he thinks could be done to address issues like that so that we all enjoy better air quality?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Leader of the Opposition for giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit more about this. We already have more air monitoring equipment for a place our size than the EU required. No, we're not in the EU, but we have said many a time that we wish to maintain EU standards. It's in Gibraltar's interests for many reasons that we should be seen to be environmentally up there with the EU, if not better. The additional mesh pods are less expensive, actually, than the large monitoring stations, and we have deployed, as I explained, in a number of areas. The 2 additional ones that are coming, and of course you could put them everywhere. There are less accurate diffusion tubes all over the place, which are also published regularly, but these are a little bit more detailed. And the 2 places where these are going to go, one is in the port area, where we realize there is industrial activity, and the other one is in the city centre. We are moving the large monitoring point from Witham's Road, which has served its purpose. That was there to monitor how we could improve the poor air quality as a result of the temporary power stations that were there. That has now been totally resolved. That's now moving to Devil Star Road. We will capture any changes as a result of the tunnel. So the other one, therefore, is going in the city centre, where we also are aware that there is a lot of traffic, and we want to capture that there. So those are the 2. If we could have more, we'd put more. But there's also the possibility of overkill. We know we have to work on air quality. I don't have to see a graph to tell me. On the graph back to this. On the graph in particular, the World Health Organization is stricter. The EU requires a reading of 40 micrograms per square meter. This one is averaging at 43, so we are a little bit over. We wouldn't like to be that much over. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, perhaps this could be one of the first parliaments to allow ministers to put up PowerPoints on the screen, and then everybody will see it. But clearly, peaks are not things that we'd like to see. But if you have a monitor and there's a vehicle passing by, then it's going to pick up more. But the average is what counts, particularly when these standards are set internationally by organizations such as the World Health Organization. I think I've answered most of the points. If I haven't, I'm happy to do so now, if my voice, which is holding out, permits, or subsequently at another question, or behind the Speaker's chair.
Question number 71 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state what measures the government has taken in relation to the vents pouring fumes at the back of the Elliott Hotel onto Cannon Lane?
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Speaker, the Environmental Agency has had communication with the Elliott Hotel regarding smells starting in June 2020 and then again in June 2021. These smells have never been witnessed or verified from a complainant's home. The smells have been brought to the Environmental Agency's attention by pedestrians and passers-by. The agency's involvement has been purely from a smells nuisance point of view. The complaints arose because the boilers were due to be serviced at the end of July. The complaints ceased on both occasions once the boilers had been serviced. In 2021, the similar issue was brought to the agency's attention, this time due to the lack of maintenance in their burners, which are components of the boilers. The UK company could not fly to Gibraltar to service the equipment due to COVID restrictions. The burners were serviced by August 2021, and the Environmental Agency has not received any complaints since June 2021.
Question number 72 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state its position in relation to the wave energy project?
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, as we've informed this House in the past, the EcoWave Energy Project was undertaken as a pilot project by a private entity to demonstrate that the technology can be directly connected to an electricity grid. The pilot was built and originally supposed to operate for 2 years with the purpose of proving that wave energy can safely connect to the grid and withstand the Gibraltar storms using its storm protection mechanism. However, the company decided to keep the pilot station operational for a longer time as it was used as a real conditions R&D facility for the company. After 6 years of successful testing operations in Gibraltar, 3 times the original period, the company, EcoWave Power, that owns and operated the floaters, decided to remove them and relocate them to the port of Los Angeles for testing in a different maritime environment. Government remains open to the possibility of installing further wave power in Gibraltar if suitable locations can be found.
Mr. Speaker, this is my colleague's question, so I'm sure he might have been more cited on the detail than I am. But can I just ask the minister, given that there was a long testing period, and presumably that data was shared with government, is that right? And if so, did the government reach any conclusions in terms of the possible use of wave energy as an alternative?
Mr. Speaker, we haven't specifically requested the information because this was information in developing a technology that we were not going to be carrying out ourselves. This was for them to develop their technology. If we were to feel that any of the information was useful to us, I am absolutely sure that it would be shared with us. The plant was not big enough to provide substantial amounts of energy, but the purpose was to prove that it did provide, produce some energy and that it could be safely linked to a grid. The plants that they are installing elsewhere in the world are considerably larger. They have more space, more coastline, and therefore I am hoping, certainly because this is good for the environment globally, that the lessons they have learned in Gibraltar will serve them well. But at this point in time, as I said at the end of my question, we will be happy to consider it if we can find suitable locations.
Mr. Speaker, but given that it presumably was at no cost to the government, but they were here, and they tested for a longer period than they originally had envisaged, wouldn't it have made sense? Wouldn't it make sense now to ask the company to share its data and its conclusions with the government so that you can then, as part of a wider strategy, decide whether or not, you know, that kind of project would be even useful to look at for consideration, because it may be that the statistics don't justify even that. But if it does, then at least you've got a bank of information.
Mr. Speaker, we have the information from the point of view of the hours that they operated, how much energy they produce, and so on. The technical specification as to perhaps the angle of the floater or how to connect the floater to land is something that is important if you are developing a wave energy product, which we are not. We would buy the energy or we would commission the product, but we are not in the business of building wave energy plants. If we were to be in that business, then I am absolutely sure that they would share the data. But that's not the business we're in. We're interested in the output.
Speaker, finally, I understood that we're interested in the output, but ultimately, if we're interested in considering the alternative and a possible investment into the area, we'd need to be satisfied that it works. There's waves all around us. It may or may not work. It may simply not work. But I just thought it would be a useful exchange of information given our location and our geographical reality. That's why I asked the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, if it would assist, I'm very happy to ask them for the information, and then I will judge whether I think it's useful, and I will let the Honourable Leader of the Opposition know. I don't think there's anything there for us, but let's have a go.
Question number 73 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government provide details as to the number of fines imposed by the pertinent authority in respect of dog fouling offences?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Agency has issued 21 fines in 2022.
Mr. Speaker, is this, and of those fines, does he know how many of those were sort of DNA tested origin fines?
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't confirm exactly how many are of DNA origin. I will find out, but if I interpret the figures that I have as my supplementary, I think that of those 21, at least 12 are from DNA, but I need to confirm that. To make it up.
And Mr. Speaker, does the Minister have any information as to that DNA kind of testing methodology? Because the information reaching us is that DNA testing is only done on one day of the week and in certain areas only. Is that true? Does the Honourable Minister know whether DNA testing is, as a matter of course, done every day and in respect of all areas? And if it is that it's a much more constrained methodology, why is that? And doesn't that really not deal with the issue?
Mr. Speaker, the testing itself, the analyzing is done in a laboratory outside Gibraltar. I believe it's in Germany, subject to confirmation. So if it's not, please don't feel that I'm misleading the House. I believe it's in Germany. What I think the Honourable Member is referring to is the collection of DNA samples. There is a weekly foray by environmental agency officers to collect samples from dog poop. And they will go to different areas. If they have received reports of problems in particular areas, then they will target those areas. But I think there are other things that the environmental agency officers also need to do. So having them full-time collecting samples, I don't think is correct. I think the balance of 1 day a week is actually suitable and good. And I am satisfied that the operation is handled correctly. There are other types of dog patrols which are done partly by the Environmental Agency, sometimes with the support of the Royal Gibraltar Police, and very often by the Environmental Protection and Research Unit, which which approaches dog owners and confirms that they have the proper licenses and so on. And there have been 12 fines on that specifically in this year, in 2022. In fact, only today, just outside here, there was a morning of an event in which there was an educational initiative with representatives of the Environmental Agency, the Department of the Environment, the Environmental Protection Unit, the Royal Gibraltar Police, in making people aware of these issues and going for responsible dog ownership. So I'm satisfied that there's a lot more being done now than there has been before. some members of the public have approached us and been very proactive and working together on this. I must mention one particular member of the public, Mrs. Julie Gonzalez, who is very committed to this, and she has assisted us and has been part of a group working on a strategy. So I think that we are working well on this. Clearly, there will always be people who allow their dogs to foul. It's the owner's fault, not the dog's fault, clearly.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely, to the last comment. And does it really need to go to Germany? Is there no better way of doing it across, if it can't be done locally, across the border, somewhere closer?
Speaker, the first lab that was being used was in Spain. I think it was Seville, but we weren't satisfied with the time scale in getting results back. And there was a time when we were struggling with getting satisfaction. This is now some years ago. So we identified another lab which is much more efficient and much more effective.
Mr. Speaker, final. Does the Minister know how much these tests cost?
The Minister knew, but I'm going into my memory now, and I think it's about £12, something like that. It's not massive, and it's certainly less than people out there say, government spending masses and so on. So it's not expensive. Yeah.
I ask you to give way. I'm grateful so that I don't have to rise again. Per test, presumably, he means, and given that they do a sort of weekly collection, does he know broadly how many tests are done a week?
Mr. Speaker, I have notice of the detail. What they are, they're batched, they're kept in fridges, and they're batched and sent over in batches in order to reduce transport costs. But he wants more specific details. I'll have to have notice of that kind of detail.
Question number 74 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state how many complaints it has received in relation to the cleanliness of our streets and on how many occasions it has had to engage with Britannia to voice those complaints?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, for the year 2021, 42 complaints were received, of which 14 were engaged with Britannia. Up to 10th of May 2022, 11 complaints have been received, of which 6 have been passed on to Britannia. These include, apart from general cleanliness, reports on accumulations, dog fouling, indiscriminate placing of refuse by neighbours and contractors, lack of weeding in some areas that just come to my mind. Environmental monitors and litter wardens investigate such complaints to identify the culprits, which if found, or who if found, are told to remove them. Other complaints come from private areas which do not come under the remit of Britannia to clean, hence the difference between the number of complaints received and those passed on to Britannia specifically to act upon.
Mr. Speaker, is the government satisfied with how its engagement with Britannia is working and they're dealing with these complaints?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the government is satisfied that when complaints are received by Britannia, they are acted upon.
Question number 75 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government state why bin sheds across Gibraltar have not been maintained?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, all government refuse cubicles or bin holding areas are cleaned on a daily basis from Monday to Saturday. All litter bins within are sanitized once a week. All refuse cubicles across Gibraltar are maintained. Reports are sent in by refuse collectors, Britannia and the public in relation to any issues related to the bin holding areas, such as broken doors, lighting and blocking of gullies, vandalism, and these are tackled by the Environmental Monitoring Unit, who in themselves also regularly review and monitor the condition of refuse cubicles across Gibraltar. If the Honourable Member, or indeed the Honourable Mr Phillips, has received complaints of a bin store not being maintained, we would be grateful to receive it in order to check and action as appropriate.
Mr Speaker, if my honourable colleague who placed the question has any specific information, then of course I will encourage him to pass it on to the honourable minister. But just anecdotally, I mean, when you drive around, you do sometimes see bin sheds that are not in as desirable a state as possible. So I would encourage, and would the minister agree, that whatever efforts are being made to maintain the bin sheds obviously need to be maintained throughout the year, especially during the summer periods.
Mr Speaker, there are one or two that are quite old and need considerable work, and we are planning on renovating some of these during the course of the next financial year.
Question number 76 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr Speaker, now that the weather has improved, can the government state how it will ensure beach cleaning standards are met given the increased building activity at both Eastern Beach and Galeta?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr Speaker, I will answer this question together with question 77.
Question number 77 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr Speaker, can the government set out the beach cleaning regime?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Yes, Mr Speaker. The environmental monitors, as well as lifeguard supervisors during the beach season, monitor the beaches to ensure that cleaning standards are met. And this will continue. And the information specifically on the cleaning regime is provided in the schedule that I now hand over.
Mr Speaker, I'm just glancing through the schedule, which has quite a bit of information, but can I ask the broad question that is it that the beaches are cleaned I mean, it looks like, am I right in thinking that beaches and the major cleaning happens after April, it looks like, from the schedule. The information that we were receiving, and it may be that it's inaccurate, but I just put it to the honourable member, and given that he's more familiar with the schedule than I am, he can answer it more quickly. The information that we were getting was that from recent times, and I can't give you a specific moment as to when that happened, the beaches are not being cleaned in winter at all, whereas before they were, although on a light basis. Now, Is that true or not true? It may be that the information we are getting is inaccurate.
Mr. Speaker, this is not in recent times. The beaches have never had the regular cleaning schedule in the winter. There's relatively little use, and often the weather does its own cleaning. But there is refuse collection, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, from October to March. There's collection of refuse, and if there are any accumulations, they will be picked up. When there's a storm that, instead of cleaning the beach, may have delivered litter, as often happens when we have material coming down rivers from up the coast, often ends up in Eastern Beach, then clearly there will be a cleaning operation. But clearly it doesn't have to be, and it would be wasteful of manpower and financial resources to have a regular beach cleaning process in all our beaches throughout the winter. It just would not make sense.
So as I understand, the Honourable Member is saying that this practice of doing lighter cleaning in winter, this goes back a long way? That's not a recent thing?
Mr. Speaker, it certainly goes back for as long as I've been responsible for the beaches, which is now probably 6, 7 or 8 years, probably 6 or 7. And I suspect it predates certainly our administration.
Question number 78 of 2022. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, on behalf of the Honourable E.J. Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, can the government update the House on the timing for the sewage plant?
Answer. The Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, the government is in the process of closing the old sewage treatment plant tender, which saw the appointment of a preferred bidder, being the joint venture between Northumbrian Water and Modern Water. This process is being initiated as a direct result of Modern Water going into liquidation. I've said this here before. The government is already engaged in providing technical information to a number of new potential bidders.
Mr. Speaker, on that process, can I just get a bit more information on it? When he says that you're engaged with new potential bidders, is the government envisaging a new application process, or is it that these are bidders that came through the old process that they're still expressing an interest? Secondly, if it's a new process, do you have a view on timescale? If it's not a new process, do you have a view on timescale? Can you give the House and the public out there more information on that?
Speaker, this has been an unfortunate and legally complex situation. Already, the House is aware that there had been a pre-works contract given to that entity, and works had started. The design had taken all the way to planning, and then one of the partners went bankrupt. So there's been a whole legal process which is now culminating in a formal closure of that tender. We are still in the process of legal advice as how to take this further. But in order not to waste time, we have been approached by a number of credible entities who have sought technical information, which is critical in this project. Fortunately, because a lot of the technical information had already been garnered and put together for the previous project, that is readily available. So we are now providing this technical information to a small number, but of serious potential bidders. And when we have legal clarity on the next steps following this removal, cancellation of the old sewage plant, then we will announce how we are going to take it forward. But I am very confident that we are coming up with a number of very viable potential solutions.
And is it a question of trying to find a new partner for the because it was two entities and one went bankrupt, as the honourable member says. Is it a question of finding a new partner for the one that didn't go bankrupt, or is it, or are you looking at a sort of a new process, a new invitation, new opportunity to see whether there is a replacement entity or parties that want to do this?
While we are awaiting the final legal advice, I would rather not go into any detail other than to say that the situation is not, as he described, it's not a question of looking for another partner to the other entity.
Question number 79 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, can I declare that I, of course, live in the Upper Rock? These are questions about the Upper Rock, but as a matter of formality, everybody knows. But I just set that out for the record. Mr. Speaker, is there any programme designed to thin out vegetation in the Upper Rock, allowing better habitat for birds and animals?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, I will answer this question together with questions 80 to 83.
Mr. Speaker, what is the government doing in order to limit the damage caused by feral cats to wildlife in the Upper Rock?
Question number 81 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Mr. Speaker, what programmes are in place in order to introduce different species of trees in the Upper Rock?
Question 82 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
What programmes are in place in order to ensure trees are not choked by overgrown vegetation in the Upper Rock?
Question 83 of 2022. The Honourable D.A. Feetham.
Is it the intention of the government to create more fire breaks in the Upper Rock by cleaning areas of some of its vegetation?
Answer, the Honourable, the Minister for the Environment and Education.
Mr. Speaker, although I don't have the fortune of living on the Upper Rock, I declare an interest that I absolutely love it. And it's looking beautiful this year. Flowering is sadly, for those of us who seem to be lacking from allergy, that's not so good, but it is absolutely looking beautiful and the wildlife appreciates it. Apologies for digressing, Mr. Speaker, but I couldn't resist that because it really is beautiful up there at the moment. Mr. Speaker, the Gibraltar Nature Reserve maintenance team have a regular program whereby dense, low-lying vegetation is cleared in dense woodland areas precisely to create better habitats for birds and animals, and other animals. This has been ongoing for 10 years and will continue. Similarly, this work ensures that trees are not choked, as the Honourable Member suggests, by overgrowing vegetation. The Department regularly assesses the impacts of feral cats in the reserve. When cats are identified and located, they are trapped when possible and taken to the veterinarian. If the animal is identified as having an owner, it's returned and the owner is spoken to ensure that cat owners are informed that cats should not be allowed to wander into the reserve. If the animal is identified as a stray, the animal is kept until it can be rehomed. If it cannot be rehomed, it is passed on to one of the cat charities for them to attempt to rehome or look after it on a permanent basis. The trees in the nature reserve are those which are representative of vegetation in the region and will survive naturally without human assistance in our climate. There is an argument for the reintroduction of tree species formerly part of the vegetation of the Upper Rock, such as the round-leaved oak, and this is being considered. In relation to fire breaks, Mr. Speaker, the Department also assesses these regularly and ensures they are maintained on a yearly basis. That said, we are indeed looking at creating further fire breaks in specific areas of the reserve, or, Mr. Speaker, if I may add, increasing the size of some of the existing ones.
Mr. Speaker, just dealing with the question of cats first, and then we'll move on to some of the other questions that the Honourable Minister has answered. Is part of the problem with feral cats that the charities that the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned are in fact one of them, at least, that feeds cats, is very near the Upper Rock Nature Reserve. In fact, it's on the boundary of the Upper Rock Nature Reserve, and therefore it's very difficult in those circumstances to prevent those feral cats from actually going into the nature reserve and then causing damage to wildlife, birds in particular?
I'm not aware of that. I visited those premises and they are enclosed. The cats are kept enclosed. I know that the cat charities actually do great work in neutering cats in built-up areas, so much so that, and I have this directly from the vet and from them, that the population of feral cats in urban areas is decreasing humanely because they're not producing kittens. I don't think they are the problem. There are feral cats on the Upper Rock. They do have, they don't really belong there, and the cat welfare societies understand the pressures that feral cats put on wildlife and migrating birds as well. And that is being tackled in the way that I've explained. I don't think that those premises are an actual problem. I may be wrong, but I have no evidence to suggest that they are.
And in relation to neutering of cats, because at the end of the day, short of euthanizing cats, and nobody's suggesting that ought to happen, that's the only way really to control the population of cats. Does he have any figures in terms of how many cats have been neutered, feral cats have been neutered, and how perhaps the neutering of feral cats is having an effect on the overall population of feral cats?
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that if a cat is identified in the Upper Rock, the exercise is not to neuter and release, because neuter is to remove, as I've explained. In urban areas, the cat welfare societies do that work with the support and assistance of the Department of the Environment. I don't have statistics. I'm sure my department has. I'm happy to ask for it. But I do have anecdotal evidence from the vet particularly, with whom I meet on a regular basis, that the number of stray kittens being brought in has decreased tremendously. And he feels, and I agree, that it is directly thanks to the success of the work of the cat welfare societies, who want cats to be well looked after. They don't want them to increase, but they have a view as to how to deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, as somebody who owns 2 cats myself, it's not that I'm anti-cat or anything like that. It's that, of course, feral cats do cause damage to wildlife, and I have to say that I accept, as I live up there, that the problem was more acute, has been more acute in the past. They nearly wiped out the Barbary partridge than that perhaps at present. Although I'm told, and I do see them, that it's still a problem. But just turning to the question of the thinning out of vegetation. And the choking of trees. One of the things that strike me, and I'm talking here from my own personal experience, but also actually of talking to other residents in the area, because of course there's a small community there, that it's just a shame to see so many trees that are being choked by, in particular, the vines with the spines. I think they're called smilax or something like that. And that more perhaps, this is not a criticism of the government. I mean, we all want the Upper Rock to look its best, and it's a jewel in the crown, and we want it to improve. That's why I'm asking these questions. But it just seems that perhaps more could be done in order to thin out that vegetation. I mean, one of the things that it wasn't when he was a government minister, but it was in another incarnation that the honourable gentleman had prior to becoming involved in politics. There was talk of the introduction of the Iberian ibex, for example, which of course would have allowed the thinning out of that vegetation because they would be eaten by the Iberian ibex. I mean, aren't there any imaginative ways of basically thinning out that vegetation and allowing those trees greater space to grow?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I welcome the opportunity to talk about an area in which I'm very comfortable. Thinning of vegetation continues. It is labor intensive, so we have to be specific on where we do it. You have to do it again probably in 5 to 6 years' time, but it does happen. Smilax is interesting. It does choke trees, but provides great cover for small birds and also provides fruiting berries on which they feed. So you don't want to wipe it all out, but those are the plants that we would target in those areas that we are clearing. And one of the areas cleared, for example, is on the way down from the City Under Siege exhibition up above the Moorish Castle. That's much clearer than it used to be, and that's one of the areas. So certainly there's more to be done. And we will do, as time and resources allow. The Iberian Ibex is a project that I was very keen on, but in looking at it further and on seeking advice, because of the proximity of our cliffs to roads and living areas, these animals would go up and down the cliffs like they're completely at home, and that could destabilize and cause rockfalls. And this is why a decision was taken by my department with my support not to progress. There are other herbivores, but they would have to be semi-domestic. I mean, we could have a herd of goats if we had a goat herd looking after the fire breaks. That is actually a genuine possibility. And if anybody wants to offer that, it's something that could certainly be looked at. There is, I've done so well so far, Mr. Speaker. There is one plan which may come to fruition, and we're talking about it, which is to introduce the roe deer, which is a little deer, into Gibraltar. The habitat is right. They would not have a big effect on reducing vegetation, but they would have some effect on reducing vegetation. So these are things that are being discussed, and I'm happy to discuss them further, either here or outside the House.
So I know that it's getting late, and this is now a conversation between my friend and I in relation to the Upper Rock. But no. Yes, but what we do see a lot of in the Upper Rock, and of course it's going to be native because wild olive trees, which I have to say extremely allergic to. That's why I've also had the same problem that the honourable gentleman has. Whilst native to the Upper Rock, it just appears to have taken over completely in the Upper Rock. And that hence my question about introducing of other trees. I mean, he knows that I myself have introduced holm oak and cork oaks. Cork oaks don't survive in the Upper Rock. In fact, I've lost 4 or 5. But where he did mention that there was a species of oak that he was looking at introducing. I mean, where are these going to be introduced? Because of course it's very difficult, bearing in mind that the whole area has been taken over by these wild olive trees.
Speaker, I'm going to be brief because I could speak on this for hours, and give me the opportunity and I'm going to, so, absolutely. So, very briefly, round-leaved oak, it's a variety of the holm oak. It's a new name probably for the species you've got. The problem there is that you need to water them through the first summer. Maybe you offer to do so and we can do it. So we have to find an area where watering is not a problem. But it's certainly something that we are contemplating.
Next question.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps that actually might be a convenient moment, given that we've talked about the jewel in the crown, which is the Upper Rock, and the jewel in the crown, which is Gibraltar, which is the pearl of the Mediterranean, to such an extent, and determined that we're not going to have ibex on the Upper Rock, and they might fall into the honourable gentleman's pool. And with an assurance from me as an early morning Upper Rock cyclist that there are plenty of partridge in the Upper Rock, and they're often almost run over by me, can I move that the House should now adjourn, Mr. Speaker, until tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon, when we shall start with questions to the incumbent Chief Minister.
I now propose a question which is at this House to now adjourn to Thursday the 19th of May at 3:30. I now put the question which is at this House to now adjourn to Thursday the 19th of May at 3:30. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Passed. The House will now adjourn to Thursday the 19th of May at 3:30.